Dear delegates, welcome back. Welcome back. How is everybody doing? Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's try this out because we are something protocol, but thank you. And I'm gonna feed off that energy you just created right here. So like that, I can't be blamed. But by round of applause, are you ready to start? Are you ready to start by round of applause? All right. And we're going to feed off that energy right there. Not only will you applaud, I will ask you to vocally express yourself if you are ready. Please express yourself vocally if you are ready to start this afternoon's sessions. I never expected this at the summit, and this is amazing. Amazing, this human connection we're creating, how we're getting out of bounds. Once again, just as yesterday, if we don't change, it's always going to be the same results. So thank you so much for being there and engaging. We are getting ready. Now, a little note of interest. If you registered for this summit, please know that your pass has been extended till the end of COP. So once again, your pass, if you registered for this summit, your pass has been extended for the whole duration of COP. Okay, we are ready. And behind your mask, or if you don't have whatever case may be, let's try a smile, just intentional smile. There you go. It makes such a difference for the body, just get into that mindset. Welcome back to the next session, which is titled The Transformative Change We Want to Bring for GBF Implementation. We'd like to invite the panel to join us on stage. Panel, come and join us on stage, as well as our moderator for this session, the International Coordinator of Climate Action of Jalisco, Sergio Graf. Please come and join us. They are getting ready, discussions, insights. You are part of this. And once again, thank you for being with us right here.
Everybody. Bonsoir, bon après-midi à tout le monde.
Good evening, good afternoon to all of you.
Esta importante sesión.
To an important session on the transformative changes that would like to adopt for the implementation of a new global framework. And I'm honored to be amongst such important people with a vast and remarkable work experience, career in public duties, and have also from the academia. Allow me, first of all, to introduce our first speaker, which is Dr. McPherson, a very important researcher from whom we would ask to do an opening introduction so that we may bring some let's say sparks to the table so that both the mayor of Quebec as the secretary from California can establish their comments. Please, if you like to take the floor so that you may do this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you also to ICLEI for hosting this important city summit here at COP15. You know, a provocation is an action to provoke, and I plan to do that just a bit. So first, though, while we celebrate and share knowledge on the role of cities in solving the biodiversity crisis, our negotiators are working to make progress on a powerful and critical post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Though we've had to wait 2 years to get here because of the global pandemic. And I mention that because it matters, because the poly crisis that we are confronting means that every year counts. I think we all know and can feel that this is our Paris Agreement moment for biodiversity, a chance to set strong and ambitious targets for protecting, restoring, and conserving the biodiversity life support system of our planet and of our cities. But is it enough? And we know the answer to that is no. Because as important as this moment is, it is only the start of the real transformations needed to mobilize the political, economic, and human power of our cities to effect a planetary scale change that reconnects the human enterprise to the biosphere. We have an enormous challenge in front of us, which is to leave here and put the many targets into action. And that won't be easy, because we must do nothing less than fundamentally transform the urban development paradigm. We've been hearing amazing examples over the last 2 days of this city summit of progress by mayors, by activists, indigenous communities, designers, ecologists, planners, and many others around the world that are working to build biodiversity back into the way we develop and govern our cities. But the dominant development paradigm still has a stranglehold on the urbanization process. This paradigm is still built by paving over biodiversity, by segregating communities, and driven by carbon-polluting technologies and resource extraction. The 20th century model is not only out of date, but we are nearly out of time to change it before we enter an era of even more difficult challenges. To bend the curves on biodiversity loss, on climate change, on poverty, and other global challenges, we must go beyond incremental transitions. The only answer is to gather together radical visions and innovations for a future that is inclusive, equitable, biodiverse, and resilient, and then to embrace a transformational urban paradigm that can move us along developmental pathways that not only make our cities more livable and more just for all species, but delivers this vision for planetary sustainability. Because we do live on an urban planet. The power to change the planet is with cities. Cities are the engines of innovation, they're the engines of the global economy, and where most of our social capital resides. We have so much potential to leverage cities, not only to enhance urban lives and livelihoods, but to drive a transformation that reverses biodiversity decline and brings us into a safer climate future. However, in the IPCC report that we released earlier this year, one fact among many should concern us. No matter how aggressively we decarbonize, and we must, through and with nature, the next 10 to 20 years of climate change is already built into the climate system. This means that the impacts of climate change we already are battling in our cities will likely increase in frequency, intensity, and severity for at least the next 2 decades. If we fast forward to 2050, just a little bit farther out, more than 1 billion people living in low-lying cities and settlements may be at risk from coastal hazards. Up to 16 times as many people may be exposed to extreme heat in the future, and we know that most people exposed to extreme heat will live in cities. Over 400 million people living in areas that may be exposed to water scarcity through extreme drought if we don't limit warming below 2 degrees Celsius, as if the water scarcity challenges we're already facing are not enough. And multiple climate hazards will occur simultaneously more often. Now, these projections only emphasize even further that our need and reliance on urban biodiversity to address impacts of climate change in our cities, especially from weather extremes, will only grow. Yet, we still don't know enough about what it will take for our urban ecosystems themselves to be resilient to pollution, fragmentation, and climate change. If our ecosystems are not able to thrive in our new climate reality, how can we expect them to deliver solutions? The science is showing that we are already perilously close to reaching critical tipping points in our coral reef systems, in the boreal forest, and the Amazon rainforest, and other systems. Without healthy, well-functioning ecosystems, without protecting nature and investing in biodiversity, we will not be able to then rely on nature-based solutions for climate, for health, food, and water provisioning. Now, a hallmark of urbanization is the concentration of people, infrastructure, and economic activity in urban areas. Yet this simple pattern is a key reason cities are so at risk. It's not simply that climate change is driving increasing risks. We create this risk. We have created the conditions that disproportionately put some communities more exposed and make them incredibly vulnerable. And we do this because we have not transformed our urban development paradigm. Not yet, but we can. We still have knowledge to share with each other, gaps to fill, metrics to develop, communities to engage, and to learn from each other how to overcome challenges to mainstream a culture and a commitment to developing and building biodiverse cities. That's why we're launching here at COP the Global Roadmap on Urban Nature-Based Solutions in collaboration with Natura, the Nature Conservancy, and ICLE and others that will deliver regional assessments around the world of existing knowledge, gaps, challenges, and key opportunities for scaling up investments in urban biodiversity to meet the local to global challenges we face. It's why on Thursday this week, on the 16th, we'll be launching the UN CBD Cities Biodiversity Outlook 2. This is a process with ICLE and others to help drive forward a post-2020 GBF agenda led by cities. Now, if there wasn't enough provocation before, here it is. An ecologically based urban development agenda has so much potential. I believe in the power of positive visions to create the headwinds for change. But transformation cannot be achieved through incremental change. That's not what transformation is. And that's mostly what we're doing now. Every example we have and we've been hearing is incredibly exciting. Every local scale innovation for and with biodiversity is critically needed. but we have not bent the curves, not yet. Transformation means a radical shift in how we build, manage, retrofit, and design our cities. Transformation means a paradigm shift in urban development to one that puts people and nature at the center of every decision, every plan, and every policy. We often talk of urbanization as a challenge. The rapid expansion of urban land area, the incredible growth of the urban population that will drive a need for even more inclusive, equitable, and biodiverse cities at a scale that's frankly kind of hard to imagine. But just to put it in perspective, an estimated US $90 trillion is needed in urban infrastructure to provide the urban services that urban population growth will demand. But this urbanization is not only a challenge, it's also the greatest opportunity we have yet to transform the planet. Recent science argues that the nature of urbanization and urban change of all kinds offers a key opportunity to harness that change, to advance climate-resilient development, and to do so in a way that starts with nature. So what can we do? We can lead, and we already are leading. Cities are where the most progressive and ambitious climate action is taking place. Cities need to be where the most ambitious and progressive biodiversity action takes place, because the future of our human biodiversity connection depends on the relationships we build with nature in cities where most people live. I know we agree that we all want our children to be able to grow up in a city that is embedded in nature, where all urban residents can develop a relationship with the natural world right outside their door. This is possible. This is within our future. But how many streets in your cities do not even have a single tree? How many kilometers of coastline in our coastal cities have hardened edges that separate people from water, when the water is the reason the city was built there in the first place? How many people lack access to quality urban parks? You probably know the answer for that for your city. A transformation in our vision and action in all cities has to be one that centers equity, inclusion, and justice for all species, and that reknits our connection to nature in cities. And it's going to take all of us to do that. And I mean also everyone who's listening online. We're going to need you to, because this is an all-hands-on-deck situation to right the ship in the middle of the storm. It's abundantly clear that this is the critical decade for biodiversity and for climate change. The future we want depends on how we nurture nature in our cities. And the leadership is here. It's in this room, it's in this building, and I'm really grateful for the chance for us all to learn from each other how exactly we can move from planning to action and from targets to transformation. A transformation in how we imagine and build our cities that puts nature first in ensuring inclusive access to the rights of the city, that ensures finance flows to nature conservation, restoration, and protection as a way to radically shift our urban development trajectory to one where in 10 years or 20 years, all of our children can grow up in cities that are truly green, truly ecological and biodiverse, and with benefits available to everyone. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Dr.
Thank you very much, Dr. McPherson. I would like not to repeat it just or maybe synthesize what Dr. said, but I would like to bring about, well, just some specific point. Is it true that in the cities where most of the population is concentrated, that is where most of the people will suffer with climate change? Well, however, in the cities, they require a nature that will be sustained, and that's not within their territory. And we need to generate schemes by which we can consider this concentrated population within the environment to where ecosystemic services are provided that take place normally in territories that go way away from the city. So we need to, maybe would like to start, how can we avoid to focus exclusively on the city territory and let us abandon a space that's shrinking as far as percentage of people in many countries, not in absolute numbers, where there are people that actually live off of natural resources and supply this biodiversity for the benefit of most of the people that are in the cities. So I feel that what you bring to the table, Dr. McPherson, is so significant, and as to the discussion with city and the changes within the city, but how are we held responsible for this more vast territory that requires investment, and especially to support this community that still will live in the outside of the city for a long time. I'll leave it at that so that we can move to our panelists. Now, I would like to give the floor to Gorf, who is Secretary of Natural Resources of the state of California, so they can have some remarks, maybe some proposals as to what Dr. McPherson brought to the table. Please, sir. Thank you, Sergio.
Really energizing and educational last 24 hours for us from California. We've had an opportunity to connect with subnational governments, states, provinces, cities, and learn a lot that we're going to bring back to California. We understand in California that the climate crisis is here. We're experiencing catastrophic wildfire, record-breaking drought, record-breaking extreme heat. At the same time, as a biodiversity hotspot, we understand that this incredible richness of plants and animals and life is under threat. Traditionally in the United States and in California, we have protected species only as they are on the brink of extinction. We have an Endangered Species Act at our federal level and one at our state level. But it's a little bit like having a healthcare policy that only provides emergency room medicine. If you had a healthcare policy that was limited to that, it wouldn't be effective towards keeping people healthy. So the transformative action we're taking is to work more upstream to protect and restore the habitat that this incredible diversity of life needs, to ensure that there are connections between that habitat and that we create refuges of habitat and natural areas as climate change advances. So we have not only adopted 30 by 30 as a target, we have established a detailed strategy and plan to reach our 30 by 30 goal. That includes conserving 7 million acres, or almost over 3 million hectares, more than we do in California right now in the next 7 years. It means doubling the amount of protection we have in our state coastal waters. So it's quite ambitious. And we developed that plan in partnership with cities, with regions, with groups, with indigenous communities across our state. So it's really, we can call 30 by 30 a movement in California versus a government program. We're also investing in the habitat connectivity between that habitat that we know our biodiversity needs. So I'll talk about that in a moment. I'll tell you that 30 by 30 is not easy in California or anywhere else. At the same time we have to improve conservation, we have to build a lot more housing. We have to build out our energy infrastructure to bring on more clean energy, to transition away from fossil fuels. So 30 by 30 doesn't happen in a vacuum. And in California, we're really focused on better coordination between areas that had been disconnected traditionally: housing development, transportation, energy, and environmental conservation. We have to holistically plan better. But let me leave you with one example of this transformational change related to habitat connectivity. The city of Los Angeles is in California, and it's our second most populous city in the country. It's the second largest megapolis that is living in the habitat of an apex predator. We have a mountain lion, species of mountain lion in greater Los Angeles. The other, I think, larger megapolis is Mumbai, India, living with the Bengal tiger. And we're working hard to preserve, protect, avoid the extinction of this mountain lion in greater Los Angeles. And one of its biggest challenges is habitat disconnection. We actually have a lot of habitat in the mountains around Los Angeles, but we're disconnected by highways. And already in the last year, we've lost 7 of these majestic big cats to highway being hit and killed on highways. So here's a transformational example I want to leave you with. Thanks to activists and community groups, foundations and philanthropy, and state government, we are constructing what we think is the largest wildlife crossing in the Americas to link one area of large habitat with another area of large habitat. This is a wildlife bridge that will span a 10-lane highway as well as a 2-lane access road and provide that linkage that will provide the mountain lions the genetic diversity that they need to breed and thrive. And if we can come together and build a $92 million wildlife crossing, we can take greater action across our state, across our world to protect the wildlife, the diversity that we're here today to discuss. So I'm very hopeful. No doubt the threat is unprecedented, but I have to say, listening to you all over the last day, it's clear that cities, provinces, states are those on the ground that are bringing the solutions. And so I'm really excited to be here and be part of this conversation.
Muchas gracias, Wade, como siempre, muy alentador.
Thank you. As always, very encouraging what California is doing, which is facing enormous challenge given its geographical location and the context of global. Yes, in the same way, just to reflect on this provocation on transformative changes that we need to implement in the global framework, I would ask Philip Campello, who is the president of the Rio de Janeiro Environmental Institute, if he can provide us his thoughts.
The opportunity to speak, to learn, and to speak to you here today. Well, I think we have many good examples here at this event and around the world, coming from cities and subnational government. I also realized that we have some challenges in common. Financial mechanism is the first. I think I listen a lot about that here. Access to technology, improvement and law of legislation, engagement of society and production sector, and lastly, we need to improve our speech and make people outside this room, outside our sector, understand that our fight is for them too. Rio de Janeiro is in the Atlantic forest biome. The biodiversity hotspot biome is present in more 17 states in Brazil, and too few people speak about its importance. We have over 8,000 endemic species. For comparison, this is a larger as that of the whole Europe. We face many challenges to conserve it, especially because of the pressure from agriculture and urban sprawl. In Brazil, only 10% of the Atlantic rainforest original are remains. However, he is one of the few states in the country with almost zero deforestation since 2010. In Rio, we conserve over 30% of continental area, but that's not enough. At COP26, Rio committed to raise rainforest coverage from the 30% to 40% by 2050. To do this goal, we need to increase acquisition mobilization of areas for ecological restoration. We are working hard to improve your actions, but we need partnership and support. It's possible to reverse the biodiversity loss. The icon of biodiversity conservation success in our state is the golden lion tamarin. It's in Portuguese, the name is mico-leão dourado. A critical space that 30 years ago, the world had just 200 individuals, And today we have a sanctuary with a population of more than 2,000 individuals. We need to raise funds to implement new protected areas and create more programs to protect endemic and endangered species. The Atlantic Forest Fund of the state of Rio de Janeiro, the FMA, is an innovation operation and financial mechanism to allow us the application of a resource of biodiversity conservation and environment protection and recovery easier and more effectively. Since the creation of the FMA, it has supported 122 projects and allocated $56 million in biodiversity conservation. FMA enabled to management of resources from environment compensation, as well as a nation of international donation forest recomposition obligation, conduct adjustment agreement, among other sources, in favor of environment conservation. This mechanism contributes to reduce the bureaucracy in the management of resources, since the private resources of those coming from donation and other sources do not pass through the public budget. It's possible to be donor to Atlantic Forest Fund. To make a donation, the donor must sign a donation term. The donation amount will be destination to project our environment protect portfolio.
Muchas gracias, Philippe Campello. Interesante.
Thank you so much, Philippe Campello. It's very interesting to hear about the new financing. Now,
La province de la ville de Québec. Merci.
Now we'd like to pass the floor to the city of Quebec to respond to the provocation which our colleague explained earlier. Thank you. Winston Churchill said, "You can take change by the horns, or you can expect an attack." And that is the position we're in. The mayor of Bordeaux said, "Ecology later is ecology too late." So you can see that on the language part, COP has managed to look at to have a common language. But jokes aside, we need to look at the realities. We have seen realities in South America and Europe. We have seen the sense of urgency within the populations because we have seen the effects on a daily basis. But despite all this, there are some indicators which take us back to this incapacity to maybe hide our heads in the sand, just like ostriches. There's always this deep capacity that it is time to change. That we have a city in China, in India, that has to make more efforts than a city in Canada because, we already do things. We have this human tendency to look at our strengths, which is good, and then we look at others' weaknesses and say, "Oh, that's what you're doing wrongly, and you're the responsible ones. They're responsible for the state we find ourselves in." So we realize that this situation is no longer acceptable, but we also have this issue that it's the neighbor, the other city, the other country, the Americans. They are responsible, not me. And this capacity to not take over this responsibility leads us to the situation we're in. This also stops us from acting. Most of us here have understood that sole actions of one person, of one group, of a company, of a state, of a province, of a city are not enough, never enough. So even if I move and the city I represent moves and makes changes, it's not going to be enough. So I say, I can't do much more, and it's not my responsibility to change things. And at the same time, due to the different issues like drought and all the phenomena we see, we also don't take the necessary action. What happens is this anxiety, this fear, which stops us from acting. And I think that's an error. And I think the speakers before me said it well, that we need to be enthusiastic about the future. We need to take this change by the horns, not just by the hands. We need to face the huge opportunities, the huge stakes we have in front of us. We need to be proud and also to face the challenges. It doesn't mean that it's going to lead to better things, but as we said, as we have heard, we need to take action. We need a vision. We need a vision of change. And we need leaders who tell us this is the direction we're going in. This is still where we're working. If we want to be able to look at our children in their eyes, we need to take action. We cannot not act, because it's the only way we can face our children in the eyes and tell them that, once we realized and once we were able to act, we acted because we did not have any doubts or fear, and we just looked at the solution. That's the only way we can envisage the future, and by saying that, we acted as soon as we could. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le maire.
Thank you very much.
Que podamos escuchar un mensaje.
I would like now to invite you to hear Desmond Lee, the Minister for National Development of Singapore. Please, could you share the video now?
Gentlemen, I would like to thank eClay and its partners for inviting me to speak at the 7th Global Biodiversity Summit of subnational governments and cities. As both a city-state and a country that is party to the Convention on Biological Diversity, Singapore can appreciate the perspectives of both central and subnational governments in the global biodiversity agenda. Singapore had earlier signed the Edinburgh Declaration, reaffirming our commitment to the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We encourage fellow parties to support the agenda by demonstrating the significance of cities' contributions to biodiversity conservation. Singapore has been taking active steps to conserve our biodiversity in line with this year's summit theme. Last year, we launched the Singapore Green Plan 2030, our national movement for sustainable development. As part of this movement, we are transforming Singapore into a city in nature. Given our land constraints, Singapore has to continually look for innovative ways to balance conservation and development. To do so, we weave nature closely into our urban environment. We actively restore and enhance habitats, not only in our core nature areas, but also in parks and gardens across our city-state. For example, we are turning concrete canals in our parks into natural waterways and restoring coastal mangroves. These innovative efforts enhance our climate resilience while creating new recreational spaces and wildlife habitats. In addition, we strengthen ecological connectivity between our green spaces so that flora and fauna can traverse through our city and thrive more easily. Our biodiversity conservation efforts are guided by science and implemented in close collaboration with community partners. We also monitor the progress of our efforts regularly using the Singapore Index on Cities' Biodiversity. This is a self-assessment tool to help cities measure and benchmark their biodiversity conservation efforts. With the help of international partners, we have recently updated the index to include new indicators, such as park accessibility and nature-based solutions. We hope that this updated tool will continue to be useful to cities worldwide. Singapore is happy to share our city in nature experience and to likewise learn from your experiences. We hope to continue working closely with cities around the world to conserve our natural heritage for current and future generations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos otra ronda de comentarios.
Thank you so much. There's yet another round of comments after these reflections on the provocations that we've heard and everything that you've said in your first interventions. So I would like to give the floor to Secretary Crawford so that he can provide a few examples of transformational initiatives in California that somehow showcase what's coming for the future. We are facing a huge challenge right now, and some regions are going to be most badly hit than others and face greater challenges. I believe that California is facing a great challenge, and we would appreciate your sharing examples of what you are doing.
Gracias. I would give 3 examples of what we think are innovations in California that can be applied elsewhere. And a lot of this is based on our learning from others who have been implementing these approaches. The first is we are proud of a scientifically based marine protected area network. This is over 120 underwater parks off our coast that were selected for protection based on the need to conserve different types of ecosystems off our coast. Our legislature passed a law to establish this network of protected areas, but then our agency worked with tribes, with fishing communities, with other stakeholders to draw the maps around where those marine protected areas could be, based on science, but also meeting community needs. And that happened 10 years ago. And we committed to a decadal study every 10 years using science to understand what the impact of that marine protected area network has been. And next month, we'll hear the results of that scientific assessment. And the early indications suggest that this marine protected area network is improving biodiversity protection and improving fisheries for those that fish outside of those protected areas, demonstrating that environmental protection and economic prosperity go hand in hand. So that's the first innovation. The second innovation is what we call California Nature, which is an online publicly available platform that provides a geospatial information on where our biodiversity threats are worst or most acute, where access to open space is most limited, because we want our 30 by 30 not only to benefit nature and plants and animals, but also humans. And we need to recognize that a lot of people in our state and our world are disconnected from natural areas and open space. So this online map, this online platform provides layers for biodiversity, for access, for carbon emission sequestration potential, the ability to capture and remove carbon from the atmosphere. And that is informing where we conserve to reach our 30 by 30 goal. And we're not setting those locations centrally from state government, but we're supporting regional efforts by communities and tribes to identify what are the highest priority areas to conserve. And that online platform is a really, really important tool. So those are two examples of innovation. Let me say the third would just be our work with indigenous communities. And this is something where we're catching up to others, particularly in Canada, recognizing that conservation moving forward cannot advance a colonial mindset where we separate what we consider nature from people. We know that in most parts of the world, indigenous communities are conserving our biodiversity, and they're the reason why we still have remarkable biodiversity. So our conservation, our 30 by 30 efforts across the world, but certainly in California, need to be shaped by these indigenous communities. In our case, Native American tribal governments and communities. And it's this partnership that's absolutely necessary. We learned from an article in the UK Guardian this morning that a lot of indigenous leaders, in the context of this COP, are concerned about 30 by 30 because of its potential to further disconnect land from indigenous communities. We cannot allow that to happen. We need to ensure that 30 by 30 is a tool to empower indigenous communities and build partnerships between our subnational governments and those indigenous communities to better protect and restore the earth. So that's certainly an innovation that we're seeing across the world that we're very excited to embrace in California.
Muchas gracias, Wade.
Thank you so much. I think you've provided a key example of one of the challenges that we're facing in terms of preserving biodiversity in our planet. And for the regions and countries in the South, this is a critical element. So thank you very much for highlighting that. Now, Maire du Québec, Mayor of Quebec. Well, I'd like to give the floor to Philippe Campello now, so that he can provide some examples of what he has in mind for the future in Rio de Janeiro. Thank you.
39 natural conservation units, more than 480,000 hectares of Atlantic forest biome. And we have more than 400 people working in this area to conserve it. We are studying to expand these areas. We have the Forest of Tomorrow program targets 400,000 restoration by 2050, and counting on government funding the amount of about $100 million. We have another program to the payments for NBS in 11 projects, more than $40 million, 40 million reais. Sorry, it's about $10 million. To conclude, the Rio de Janeiro state signed a protocol of intention with NASDAQ to setting up a platform for trading environment assets. I think we are looking for the advancing with these programs.
Thank you so much, Philip. And now I would like to give the floor once again to the Mayor of Quebec, who, Adi, we need to take on our responsibility.
What are you doing at the moment? Can you give us a few examples that we have in Quebec, in the city, and the relation with nature, and the relation with the new framework? Thanks a lot. The first action is something that we are launching, what we're starting today. It's a very ambitious target for our population to mobilize a place where people can gather. And this is to become a city, a region with the criteria of the UNESCO criteria. So we are doing this today. This is going to be one of the few cities in the world, the first one in North America. Maybe others are going to do the same, to have this to do this, and we can identify with our citizens this ambitious target, collective ambitious target that is going to be all our targets. What other actions we are going to subscribe to the 30 by 30? Of course, people are negotiating regarding this here. We need to be more ambitious, 30% by 2030. Can you imagine what we're going to do by 2040? We need to imagine, and the figure is going to change accordingly. We need to be capable of working as we are, as we've got indigenous people on our territory, and we're trying to protect a species, and this is part of biodiversity. The eel, the American eel that can't be in the river. So fishing was difficult. So it was very difficult. So we were trying to help these eels. We've got more space for the eel, and this is going to be very beneficial to other indigenous people. We are going to do the same with other species. We need to add interconnectivity. I'm dreaming of people to have access to a park, to forest. It should be, all these parks should be connected all together. It's a huge challenge, but it is necessary to achieve this. We shouldn't lower our ambitions. You know, Carlos Pinto in Portugal had a saying: our challenge is to conciliate human, urban, and nature. So we need to make choices, to have this deep conviction that we can change our cities so that nature is going to be worshipped again. We need to work with indigenous people. We've worked independently for a very long time because we are in the north. We are close to rivers. We've got 4 big rivers in Quebec, and in northern cities didn't have any access or very little impact for those who are in the south of the country, as if our trouble is going away with the river. Whatever we were throwing into the river, the issues were going away. So we need to go outside these cities around Quebec to ensure that the results are not the result of one city, but of communities, because there are no borders for nature. We are working on a mobility project, trams, in Quebec. So the biodiversity is part of this project. It's going to be in urban areas. Biodiversity is important because each time we are redesigning the city, we are planting trees. Each time we can put nature in the first place, we can work on biodiversity for wildlife, flora, and this is for each single project. Each project, we need to improve the well-being of humans and being connected to nature. Nature is going to become more important in the front line. We need to be brave in now and in future. In the old part of Quebec, it's very difficult to plant trees, but we'll have to make choices. It's a difficult choice. We have to remove buildings to have more trees, to be able to plant flowers, trees, and this older part of the city, so that urban, human, and nature, through our actions, and we've got a list of actions. I'm not going to go into details, we would fall asleep, but what we're going to do, we need to achieve that we have this balance. It's going to be better for all and for us in particular. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So just to wrap up, I believe that this is a very important evidence of the science-based decision making. That is, information and knowledge is becoming more and more necessary so that decision makers can actually move forward, not thinking of now, but thinking of the future, thinking of creating the better conditions for the citizens of the future to lead a better life in such unfavorable backdrop. So science is essential. And we're also hearing how cooperation mechanisms are proving important in every jurisdiction, cities, regions, states, and nations. And unless we set up the necessary financial mechanisms, public policy making mechanisms that will guarantee this cooperation, hardly will we be able to secure our goals. We cannot work in silos. We need to work in an articulate manner, and we cannot forget that that cities rely on their surrounding nature. They cannot stand on their own. They need of their wider territories that host different populations in very poor living conditions that have never benefited.
Se convierta en una gran oportunidad de desarrollo de las poblaciones rurales en nuestras regiones y estados. Muchas gracias a todas y a todos y agradezco a los panelistas por.
Thank you very much. I thank the panel.
Muchas gracias.
I see that our delegates have that energy. You can applaud them again. And if you wish, you may head off towards the center so we can take a picture with everyone. Once again, celebrating this historic 48 hours. And those that are watching us online, thank you as well for participating. As you can see, there's a lot of insights that are coming out of this, all of these discussions, different point of views, and being honest and being basically authentic with what the thought process is going through, heading off towards those three important themes about engaging, influencing, and acting. We'll be back in a few seconds as we are getting ready for our next session, so stay around. You might want also those that are live with us as well as virtual, just even rolling back your shoulders again, just to get the flow back in the body, does a body good. And thank you again for expressing yourself. We are getting ready now as we can even see, and here's a perfect example. They are socializing right now on stage because that connection is so important. So thank you very much, speakers. We are getting ready now to go on with our next session, talking about global initiatives to scale out action for GBF implementation. Now, we'll be introducing global initiatives to scale out actions and really from the COP27, the presidency initiative, to local initiative going international. This discussion will be looking into a wide range of initiatives. We invite our speakers as well as our moderator, Executive Director of ICLEI Japan Office, Togo Uchida.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Togo Uchida. I'm the Executive Director of ICLEI Japan Office, and I'll be the moderator for the next session. So may I ask the speakers to come on stage, please? Okay, so please. Take a seat.
Nice to see you in human flesh and not on a Zoom. I do very, very well. You're good? You're okay?
Hello, Mamuna. Pleasure to meet you. Please.
Hi.
You'll be sitting over here.
Very nice to see you. It's an honor. It's a real honor.
Thank you.
I I've been to Barranquilla once, 1989. Mi esposa es venezolana, and her parents.
Your seat. Hello. I'm moderator. Nice to meet you, sir. Please take a seat. Pardon?
Well, there you go. Thought it was important. Bonjour, bonjour. Oh, nice meeting you. I'm here from Montreal. Ici, parfait.
I'm the moderator.
Oh, bonjour, bonjour. Nice meeting you.
Good afternoon.
Sit in for
Yes,
now.
I'm the moderator.
Well, this is great. Hello. Hi. How are you? It's been so long. So usually I see. So nice. Welcome in Montreal. Thank you. Hello. Hi. How are you?
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. We're gonna share the stage and
Yes,
welcome
yes.
to Montreal.
Thank you.
Can you?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends. Again, my name is Togo Uchida. I'm the Executive Director of ICLEI Japan office. Thank you very much for your participation. Now, if you look at the summit program, I think you may realize that there are 3-act sessions for this summit. And since I'm taking the second session, I was told to shift the gear to accelerate towards the third session and also the grand closing. So hopefully I can live up to this expectation. And having said that, I'm very fortunate to have a renowned and highly respected speakers for this session. So before we ask speakers to share their interesting actions, allow me to provide you with the introduction to set the scene. So our session is titled Global Initiatives to Scale Out Action for Global Biodiversity Framework Implementation. What we would like to do here is to introduce the audience the diverse local and subnational government initiatives to capture the current state of the globe. Now, when I say diverse, we really would like to acknowledge the diverseness of our cities. In Japan, where I am from, we have over 1,780 local governments. From megacities like Tokyo, Aichi, Nagoya, we also have numerous local governments who are small in size, like Sato City in Niigata Prefecture, an island with around 55,000 people. Of course, we have cities in the global north and we have cities in south, each with unique characteristics and challenges. But GBF needs to be implemented in all these cities. So naturally, initiatives should be also unique. So let us look into some of the examples around the world. So first, I would like to hear from Ambassador Ayman Amin, COP27 Presidency Lead Team, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Governor of Egypt. Ambassador Amin, thank you so much for coming to this event. We know you are very busy, so we are very grateful and honored to have you here. And first of all, congratulations for your successful conclusion of COP27. I was also in Sharm el-Sheikh. And following on negotiations and participating on local government side events, and this was my 4th climate COP that I participated. And I feel that the stakes are becoming higher and higher every time I participate. So in terms of significance of COP27, It was the first COP after the rulebook was agreed in Glasgow. And therefore, I believe everyone's attention was shifting towards actions. And under these conditions, you have brought forward the initiative called Surge. So please tell us about this initiative. What made you do this, or what made you initiate this initiative? And what is so significant about this? Please.
Well, I just prepared something to read from, but it seems that I have to improvise somehow. So let me take you quickly in a tour for the 1.5 year from now and how we were preparing for the COP presidency initiatives themselves. Of course, when we left Glasgow, we were thinking that it's time now for implementation after the interpretation of Paris Agreement rulebook. So we had this vision that things would be going simultaneously on the same time just to address the concerns on the climate action agenda. This is why we had working on a number of initiatives to go hand in hand together to strengthen the climate agenda and at the same time to build synergies among the Rio Conventions, the UNFCCC, the CBD, and UNCCD from one side, and synergies among those initiatives and themselves from the other side. And having said that, let me go through the main points I had just prepared for this events. Before I go, just let me at the outset, of course, to thank the Government of Canada and the mayor and the people of Montreal for their hospitality. This is not my first time here in your beautiful city, as every time I come, I feel the warm welcome of the people everywhere I go. And this is something really from the bottom of my heart, not to have something written to say. Again, thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a growing international awareness that the climate battle will be won or lost in cities. The latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is referred to IPCC, report has highlighted the role of cities as critical. There is importance for climate action is mentioned in Paris Agreement and in the Glasgow Climate Pact as well, recognize that the need for the multi-level and cooperative action by 2021. 84% of the updated NDCs had a strong or moderate urban content, compared to 69% of the initial NDCs from some years ago. Local and regional governments and more than 1,000 cities and regions committed to climate neutrality by the year 2050, with ambitious targets for 2030 and as well in 2045. In 2022, the G7 and G20 Commonwealth and Belt Road Initiative have concluded and apprehended references to sustainable cities and urbanizations on the multi-level action platforms. Cities are the front line of the climate change. So cities are a big driver of the planet warming emissions. There are also engines of climate action and to the forefront of delivering solutions. Such solutions would never be applicable without placing sustainable consumption and production in action with the domestic policies that will reflect positively on nature and stopping the degradation of the biodiversity. When parties left Glasgow in COP26 after the successful interpretation of Paris Agreement, COP27 Presidency Task Force was keen to take climate action to next level up. The COP27 Presidency, under the motto of Together for Implementation, has placed the cities at the center of the implementation of the climate action agenda. The COP27 hosted a number of workshops in cooperation with the UN Habitat and ICLEI to form an initiative that it is applicable and implementable by all parties, and have a governance structure that can help in following the track of implementation from one COP to another. So I can tell you we are here to stay. It is not a document that it will rest in peace on our desktops. It needs to continue and the work needs to be followed up. The final product was driven by the parties and other stakeholders, resulted in producing the Initiative on Sustainable Urban Resilience for the Next Generation, SURGE. As the content and the work streams in this initiative was chosen through the discussions by parties and other stakeholders to ensure that the ownership goes to all of us, not only the presidency. So it is not a solo work of a one country which had hosted the COP. It's work that had been involving all stakeholders, UN agencies, and as well parties. So this document belongs to you and this document is coming from you. In this regard, let me as well to congratulate the UN Habitat and ICLEI for their hard work and for the support given to the COP presidency. The UN Habitat will be hosting the steering committee of SURGE, and we are coordinating closely with our colleagues as well in United Arab Emirates to follow on the steps on addressing cities in COP28. SURGE initiative contains 6 work streams, allowing parties and other stakeholders to take the lead and facilitate each work streams. Those work streams are read as follows. Building and housing, and this is meant to advance energy efficiency, low carbon materials and processes, including reuse of existing buildings, land use policies and adaptation resilience measures. Of course, aiming for zero carbon or carbon neutrality. Urban energy, advancing renewable energy and energy efficiency in cities to provide energy access and to tackle energy poverty while including municipal energy cost, creating local jobs and building upon energy systems resilience. Please, in this work stream in particular, when we talk about urban energy, don't look to cities in the developed countries only or countries in transition. Go to the small cities you have in Africa, where you have only 3 hours of electricity a day. So you would tell these countries to mitigate or to adapt to this hard situation, you need to have a plan which is integrated with a financial component to up-level the standards of people who are living there. Urban, then we have the third work stream, which is urban waste and consumption, enhancing municipal solid waste management systems that enable zero waste cities. And this is the third aim of that pillar. Urban mobility, accelerating and supporting the uptake of public transport and activity mobility use in cities by reducing car use. Urban water, this is addressing a sub-target of SDG 6 about water quality. And when I mentioned in the beginning that we have number of initiatives, this particular work stream is interacted with the AWARE initiative on water and resilience. AWARE initiative, this is a special one addressing water issues and multiple targets of the SDGs as well. So again, in our way of designing those initiatives, we are trying to link them to the SDGs to ensure a solid output by year 2030. All the 6 work streams that I had mentioned, linking SURGE, of course, in particular to the biodiversity by the inclusion of nature positive action. This nature positive action is one of the principles for SURGE initiative. Please, I invite you to go to the COP27 presidency website to download the initiative itself and to see the all principles. I don't definitely don't have time to go through the 10, but this is the most important one to be addressed here in COP15 in Montreal. So nature positive action, this is harnessing the potential of nature-based solutions to improve cities cities, socio-ecological resilience, and well-being, as one of the 10 cross-cutting principles to be applied to all the tracks of Surge Initiative, focusing on increasing the synergies between the climate and the urban communities, and to contribute also to the raised ambition of the NDCs and to enhance adaptation and mitigation actions on both local and sublocal national levels. In COP27, in particular on the 17th of November, during the Solutions Day, I was pleased here to be chairing as well with Her Excellency Maimouna Mohammed, Director General of the UN Habitat, the first ever ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change under the UNFCCC, bringing together more than 40 ministers and mayors from around the group, as well as representatives, of course, of local communities. The ministerial meeting was chaired as well by our Egyptian Minister of International Cooperation. This ministerial meeting had affirmed the importance of sustainable urbanization as a solution for climate change and ensured the importance of coordinated, integrated, multi-stakeholder urban climate adaptation and mitigation actions, and concluded by urging parties to convey the first ministerial urbanization meeting in the future COPs, and this is what we are planning for with our colleagues in United Arab Emirates. Now, the Surge Initiative is developed in cooperation with and endorsed by 120 global partners around the world. The COP27 presidency will continue working with parties and supporters to convey the first secretariat meeting of this initiative by the first quarter in year 2023. Finally, I would like to thank you, of course, for giving me this opportunity to address this distinguished gathering, and thank you so much for giving me as well the opportunity to highlight the Surge Initiative, and wishing you good luck here in adopting the related decisions for cities and biodiversity, having nature and cities together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Amin. The fact that there's an official recognition of urban issues in climate COP and strong message of interconnectedness between climate biodiversity are all very encouraging. Thank you very much for sharing that very valuable information. Now I would like to turn to Executive Director Maimouna Mohammed Sharif, UN Habitat, to talk about her initiatives. Executive Director Maimouna is an old friend of ICLEI, and we have all heard her video message at the opening plenary of this summit. And as we heard from Ambassador Amin, we are very happy that we were able to partner with UN Habitat under the Surge Initiative. So I believe today you'll be sharing us your initiative on public space strategies. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Let me try to, I have a slide to show. Is it? Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, Excellencies, Governors, Mayors, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the Government of Canada and the Mayor of Montreal for having all of us here. UN Habitat respects the continued connection to the past and also to the present and the future, and support the ongoing relationship between indigenous and other peoples in this community. It is my great pleasure actually to be here, not just as the Executive Director of UN Habitat, not just as a former mayor of Penang and also work very closely with ICLEI, but also as a town planner by training. I have seen the firsthand the challenges that cities experience as they grow. As I mentioned yesterday in my video message, cities and nature can be a good partners. Highway, underpasses, street, trees can all add up to the greater biodiversity in cities. But cities need to plan for the future. If you can see, much more remain to be done. And we heard also in the first presentation today, the destruction of the green space at the edge of cities is accelerating. In 2013, the Cities and the Biodiversity Outlook gave us the first global assessment of urban expansion. It is found that 60% of the area expected to be urban in 2030 had not yet built. So what is our role? This means that cities would be more than double in size by 2030. Unfortunately, the prevailing development model is still based on urban sprawl and still based on segregations. So our friends at the University of Pennsylvania at Manhattan Center studied that more than 400 cities in the world, 36 biodiversity hotspots, they discovered that 90% of those cities put biodiversity and urbanization in direct conflict. Cities are sprawling directly into biodiverse habitats and climate risk zone. The human habitat we are building is out of balance with our natural habitat. Restoration is essential, but it cannot keep up with our accelerating destruction. We will not have a second chance to get this right if we don't do it now. The expansion of cities impacts natures nearby on peripheral land, and their consumptions of food and energies impact natures very far away in distant places. Actions for biodiversity require cities to do right thing, to do it right. In fact, in that regard, I'm delighted to launch 2 new papers. As you ask, what is our initiative as UN Habitat? I hope that they will give help cities to get to grips with the near and the far. The first is on the screen, Cities and Nature, Planning for the Future, which highlights the important role of urban land expansion as a driver for habitat loss, which is not sufficiently recognized. This paper offers a novel methodology to prioritize interventions along a preserve, conserve, restore, create spectrum that responds to varying states of natural habitat around and within the cities. I will expand on this shortly. The second is, you can see on the screen, is that managing rural-urban linkages for diversity, for biodiversity. This paper discusses linkages between urban processes and rural transformation across municipalities, countries, and world regions, which are essential for biodiversity conservation. This paper presents the framework for managing urban-rural linkages in an integrated manner, comprising both territorial approaches and the flow-based approaches. Actions for biodiversity also require cities to do things at scale. In this regard, I'm also delighted to announce 2 tools. The first, recently tested and presented in Cities and Nature. The other is being scaled up. And the first, a new multidisciplinary mapping methodology, as it is on the screen, that helps cities, they help mayors with limited resources to make informed decisions about where and how to develop, and with ecosystem-based solution at the center. These tools compile open source data sets into high-resolution maps of biodiversity, climate risk, and urban expansion using open data. This ensures replicability in other data scarce places. Then it projects biodiversity loss, climate risk, urban expansion to 2050 under a business as usual scenario. The result maps of Honiara City in Solomon Islands show us integrated vulnerability hotspot that predict overlapping regions. That show this on the screen of the highest risk. Looking at the future changes, they integrate information across silos. This is very, very useful. It predicts the future impacts of climate risk, biodiversity loss, and urban expansion in one place. Then the tool combines as much as possible nature-based solution that you can see it's on the screen. They also warn against unwise land use changes. The tool has the potential to serve as a troubleshooting guide, a precursor or revision to a city plan, or pre-investment suitability screening aids. Actors, planners in any urban planning process can conduct the scenario building based on the projection and prediction and prioritization steps and benefit from the insight. The second tool is that this tool can also be in the UN Habitat is citywide public space assessment. This is a spatial asset inventory that has been used in more than 30 cities. It surveys using the open source technology. It covers open space ownership, use, and public perception. The tools can be customized thematically, and you can see that, for example, biodiversity relevant layers include vegetative characters, previousness, and presence the key species. You can also help prioritize where they can intervene based on the accurate understanding of the places in which they have jurisdictions. And it can have also galvanizing effects on residents. Like you saw on the screen, there are various mapping of the public spaces according to the land uses and also the built-up areas. In deploying general momentum for actions once the public space strategy is developed and adopted. And we can see here in Addis Ababa being implemented with this tool in Ethiopia. So when cities do things right, as visible in this Urbalanda Brazil at scale, in collaboration with others, they can achieve outcomes that is good for all habitat, built and natural, and good for all species, human and non-human. I would like all of you to think how we can flip the script that urbanization leads to climate change or climate challenges and biodiversity loss. How can we flip the script with well-planned, well-managed, well-designed cities and human settlement can be a solution to climate challenges and biodiversity through sustainable development and also sustainable urbanization. We have to pay more attention to biodiversities. Not biodiversity, biodiversities. biodiversities. I think this is very, very important. That's why we have to turn policies into actions, actions into positive impact to improve the quality of life for all. All here is not only human, it's also fauna and flora in the urbanizing world, because we cannot stop urbanizing world. It's very unstoppable, but we can plan and we can design, we can manage in order to get the right impact. We need to make our cities right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maimuna. I think we often miss the fact that the urban landscape is so dynamic and it changes as we speak, really. And your example, I mean, I'm personally very interested to actually go and log in and check all these informations, but it shows how the analysis and data can actually drive the urban leaders to make right decision and right planning to avoid the consequences that otherwise it would be difficult. So thank you very much for that example. Now, I would like to turn to Mr. David Miller on the other side of the stage. I hope you can see me. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. David Miller is Managing Director of the C40 Center for City Climate Policy and Economy Center. And you have been a mayor of yourself and now working in a city network focusing on mega cities. Please share us your initiatives. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I do just want to echo the call for biodiverse cities. I don't think anything else needs to be said, but we do want to hear from the two mayors after me, so I will be succinct. First of all, C40, as I think everyone here knows, is a network of megacities dedicated to using their actions and the voices of their mayors to help the world avoid climate breakdown. So why are we here? It's because biodiversity and climate are inextricably linked. We can't solve climate change without rebuilding urban biodiversity. And in that context, I do want to acknowledge Mayor Plante, who is not only vice chair of C40, has a specific leadership role in nature, and we see that every day in Montreal, and we'll hear more from her in a moment. But Mayor, thank you very much for your leadership globally. Second point I wanted to make briefly is, in addition to the excellent interventions we've already heard about cities and why biodiversity matters, we do need to remember that it's only very recently that the world turned from a rural world to an urban world, about 15 years ago. Today, 55% of the population is in urban areas. It's projected that will be 65% by 2050. So if we're going to address the challenges of biodiversity, we must address them in cities. And the third point and the focus of my remarks, as the moderator said, will be about what is happening in the world's megacities. And the good news is there have been significant efforts happening for the past decade, certainly now. Over 38 cities, including Montreal, have signed on to the C40 Urban Nature Accelerator. And we have a new rewilding report in partnership with a variety of organizations that will be launched next month in order to help cities have a blueprint about how to rewild. It's important to recognize the essential role that cities have in restoring and helping restore the world's balance with nature. Because cities can be thought of as the place where traditionally we separated ourselves the most from nature. So without reestablishing nature in cities and the human-nature connection, there won't be hope for us to restore biodiversity across the world or to address climate change, which is why C40's mayors have been taking action to reestablish this human and more than human coexistence. And as I mentioned earlier, for over 10 years, cities have been working on things like ecological restoration, restoration of green spaces to help mitigate climate impacts, and much, much more. But this impetus was given a significant push by COVID, because COVID helped people to realize the permanent and indivisible connection between nature and people, and the importance of ensuring nature in cities. So building on that need expressed by the residents of the cities, and C40 represents, its mayors at least, represent over 700 million people, about 25% of the world's economy. Building on those needs and the expression of those needs, last year C40 launched the Urban Nature Accelerator. The commitments in that accelerator directly deliver on Target 12 of the draft of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and they also align with and support Target 2 and 3. There's a commitment amongst all of the signatories to ensure that 30 to 40% of the city surface area be high quality green or blue space by 2030. But it's the quality, not just the quantity of nature that is essential. Hence the urban rewilding study, which looks at initiatives as large as green corridors running entirely through cities and as small and local as urban agriculture. Both have a significant role to play and are well within the jurisdiction of the cities. Of course, city governments do need to support these initiatives with finance, and I'm very proud to be here in Montreal, where Mayor Plante's capital budget makes the biggest commitment I've certainly personally seen to ensuring there's an investment of nature. I think 10 to 15% of Montreal's capital budget, which is really extraordinary, and I think Mayor Plante, you should be applauded for that. Final point I'd like to make is initiatives to restore urban nature, including from a climate resilience perspective, are not just in the global north. In fact, if anything, there is much to learn from initiatives in the global south. For example, Wuhan's sponge city approach to incorporate green space to help deal with the possibility of more severe flooding and storms as part of a climate adaptation strategy has over $600 million in funding, over 389 projects, and I think an absolutely great name, a sponge city. Delhi has had a biodiversity plan since 2002. Durban is doing a very significant landfill reclamation project. Dhaka North, really significant work on green spaces from an equity perspective, not just a climate and nature perspective as well. And of course, Freetown, the Tree Town, which I'm sure we all know, a tremendous initiative by its mayor as well. There are initiatives in the global north. London, England is rewilding. Boston, Massachusetts has used a network of parks in low-income neighborhoods, new parks, to protect against flooding and sea surge and provide better recreation opportunities for young people in those low-income neighborhoods. All of these initiatives have a common theme. By taking action to address biodiversity and nature and rebuild and rewild, mayors are also building resilient cities that can both mitigate their impact on the planet and adapt to it. And those are exactly the kind of cities we need if we're going to address these challenges. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to make this intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David Miller. Now I would like to move on to mayors. I would like to move on to Jamie Malejo, a mayor of Barranquilla in Colombia. So mayor, to my understanding, Barranquilla is an industrial port and commercial city, but you have done some amazing things there. So please share us what you have done in the city and how that is now scaling up in the region. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to acknowledge Mayor Plante for the warm reception. It's been wonderful being here, seeing such like-minded people and talking about such an important subject in a beautiful but very cold city. Coming from Colombia, we felt it, but it's been very nice. I think the most important thing I'd like to acknowledge is that we started adapting to climate change long before it became a subject. We didn't even know. 10 years ago, I was working in the city, and we had the worst winter in terms of rainfall we've ever had in our history. And we had to adapt, increase stormwater and floodwater storage and direction. We had to start making areas that were prone or at high risk of flooding or of landslides to mitigate that risk or to move people from that area. We started building parks in those areas. We didn't call it climate adaptation. We just had to do it because people were having their lives at risk because of it, or their properties. So we started with a plan that's had an investment of more than $1.5 billion in the last couple of years. Then we started with parks, and 255 recuperated parks that have added to the city, making it a city a citizen on average can walk within 8 minutes to a local park that has green infrastructure. And then we started navigating towards what we were going to do in the metropolitan area. And again, without looking at the 30 by 2030 objective, we made a plan for the next 80 years of our city with Björk Ingels Group, with New York University, with Systematica, and local universities as well. And the first thing that we learned is we were going to double in population in the next couple of decades, but we didn't need that much land. We didn't need all of our land. So we could actually preserve 40 to 45% of our land. And much of that was already protected, but in reality, it wasn't being protected. So the first thing we did was try and identify eco parks that we could start, implementing, building, and whatnot. And we started with one. It's 1,000 hectares. It's a mangrove forest. It's a 700-hectare wetland and lagoon. It is also a beach that is open to the Caribbean Ocean and right next to the Magdalena River. This has always been there. For the past 100 years, we've been dumping untreated water into it. For the first part of the 20th century, it was where the landfill was. So this is a degraded area that has been receiving much of our unprecedented, I would say, or maybe uncontested growth. And secondly, it's been being deprived of mangroves because people were invading it to use it for other means. So what we did, first of all, was close down 2 or 3 port concessions that had been granted, and we made it an eco park. And then we started working, and in March we're opening it up. It's got 5 kilometers of areas where you can walk through it on, I would say, boardwalks. It has a beach. It has an electric train that takes you to the beach. It has a recuperation through a nature-based solution of augmenting microalgae and then recuperating the water through that augmentation. But more than the park itself, it became a beacon because Barranquilla, as most of the areas in Latin America, was a city that saw nature as something that did not belong to it. We have a big carnival and a big cultural, I would say, agenda in the city, and we always talked about ourselves as curbside people. That means you sit on the curb, you have a beer, you talk with your friends, you see a show, but you are not in touch with nature. But nature was right there, waiting for us. We were just putting our backs to it. So we ideally said this eco park has to become a beacon to educate people that nature is around us and that our interaction with nature has a consequence. 80% more or less of Latin America is an urban population, but we house the most biodiverse region in the world. Therefore, how do we connect those two? How the actions of our urban environment interacts and has consequences on the most biodiverse region in the world. And the first thing that came to mind is education. We need to educate people that single-use plastics that we put in our streams and don't dispose of properly go where? Go into those mega diverse regions and have consequences. We needed to talk about the use or proper use of land so that deforestation does not continue to be an issue. Because on paper, Colombia has already protected 30% of its oceans and 30% of its land. But in reality, we're seeing that we're losing land to agriculture, or I would say improper agriculture and improper mining. So on paper, we're golden, but in reality, that's not the case. Why is that not the case? In retrospect, I think education. If we educated people and taught them that biodiversity is our next pot of gold, then maybe they would preserve it a bit better. And that's the first thing. The second thing is teaching and educating people that this also leads to ecotourism. It leads to science and technology through nature-based solutions. That, to me, is the 21st century goal, is to use our nature in order to advance science, technology, and our way of life, and therefore preserving what we must use for these issues. So that was also one of our ideas. And we started working on this, and what we found was, to me, two astounding things. First is that it's a cross-political party thing. I mean, nobody disagrees with this in Colombia. We disagree with how to get there, but nobody disagrees that it has to be done. So it's not an issue of should we do it, it's an issue of how are we going to do it and make it work. It's an issue of how much money we have to pursue or we can finance on our own to do it. And secondly, and most importantly, it doesn't matter if your basic needs are not being met, you understand that you have a part to play. And to me, that was one of the fundamental things that taught me that this has shifted, that there is a paradigm shift, and people understand that we need to preserve our biodiversity. I'm talking about people that don't know what they're eating tomorrow, but they're not demanding of their mayor to not invest in biodiversity preservation and climate action in order to help them meet that next meal. They're saying we need to do both, and one goes hand in hand with the other. So that means that our established society has learned that they have a part to play and that they cannot neglect it, and that we cannot, even though we have other needs, not fund initiatives like this. So that led us to, a year ago, start a network called the Network of Biodiversities. We had help in the early stages from the World Economic Forum and from CAF and from other partners like Humboldt Institute in Colombia, which helped us do a framework of what is a biodiversity. And a biodiversity, for us, was not a city that had everything worked out. It was a city that was trying and willing to put their part in order to preserve our flora, our fauna, and our interaction with nature. 1 year after we signed with 10 other cities the Declaration of Barranquilla, we now have 119 cities in Latin America and the Caribbean that have come on board, with the idea that we need to work together to have a voice in the global conversation and say that we need to have indicators that look like us. What do I mean? It's simple. Every conversation that we were having about climate action and biodiversity, the first question that they asked is, how much CO2 are you going to reduce? And our answer was, look, you're asking a skinny guy to lose weight. We are very low CO2 emitters. That is not our current problem. What we need to make sure is that if we continue to grow, we grow in a way that does not increase our CO2 emissions. But we have a bigger role to play, and one that you have to demand of us and of ourselves, and we of ourselves, which is to preserve the biodiversity that we have. Because since we are one of the least industrialized regions in the world, and we are the worst region in adopting an industrialized model, so we are, I would say, the lagging kids in the class, now we have a very important treasure that was once neglected, which is biodiversity. So that is the role of this network. And we are very humbled and very happy that a year after we started this, we are 119 strong and growing. And we are very excited to see that we can make a difference, we can make an impact, and that it doesn't matter how much money we have as a city, as a region, as a budget. there are things that we can do that can make a difference. So I would say from Latin America to the rest of the world, we can definitely say we can do it. And that is important because we have to believe in ourselves and we have to believe that these things make a difference, that it's all not just something that we sign and we forget. We're seeing that it can be done. So a bit of hope is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Plemajo. It's by coincidence that your initiative is also called Biodiversities, same as what you have mentioned, Maimuna. But thank you very much for that input. And finally, and certainly not the least, Mayor Valerie Plante, the host city of COP15 and ICLEI's Global Ambassador for Local Biodiversity. Thank you again for having all of us in this wonderful city of Montreal with this wonderful setup and certainly very cold, but very cool. Day before yesterday, we had mayors and governors gathered in the closing session. And there I was struck by the energy and positive energy that we had in that room. And it felt like everyone wanted to do more and wanted to be engaged. And I believe this is due to the warm welcome you have extended to all of us. And also due to your energy, positive energy and enthusiasm that's having all of us affected and be like you, I guess. So please, Mayor Plante, please share us your actions and initiatives. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thanks a lot. Can you hear me well? Thanks a lot to all of you here. It's really a pleasure to welcome you here in Montreal. And for those who think it's cold, it's going to be even colder. So I've ordered snow. It's not here yet. It's going to be delivered maybe before you leave. So it's a pleasure to welcome you here and to be able to be in front of you with my colleagues, distinguished colleagues, for this last day of the summit. I really enjoyed what the mayor of Barranquilla said regarding the fact that in cities we find solutions, and it's exactly what we're discussing. Cities were very often in the front line. We go through the impacts very quickly, and because we feel these impacts and we're close to our citizens, we have to find solutions. So before discussing climate change, mayor and mayoresses did find solutions. Of course, when we talk of green spaces, when we have very heat waves, and this happens very often, and it's very bad for our citizens. We have floodings as well, blocking streets, but also affecting the lives of our citizens. Of course, we are here for them, and we are the first to feel the impact, but we are those who can act quickly, fast, and who have really practical ideas. And this is something I want to say, the message I repeat all the time wherever I am. Cities, we are key actors to implement solutions to protect biodiversity. Several examples here in Montreal, creating and protecting green spaces via our urban plans to plant more, to preserve certain spaces, banning single-use plastics, an action plan to protect pollinators that are so important, forest corridors to help wildlife. So many ideas that can be replicated at lower scale or higher scale. So we often say I'm an action mayoress. It's true. And I would like to tell you this is the case of all my my colleagues, mayor and mayoresses that I meet in the world, once more, because this privileged contact that we have with our population pushes us to find solutions quickly, but also because we want to improve the well-being of people and their contact with nature. It is an added value and we all benefit from it. And this is the last element to say that cities can't be overlooked. We can mobilize populations, local communities. We can have this link with people who see the impacts of climate change and who want to be mobilized positively when they see these changes that are very difficult but are necessary. So during COP15, we've decided, Montreal, and of course with all our colleagues, to mobilize other cities in the world with the Montreal Pledge, 15 concrete actions to protect biodiversity to mobilize. And the mayor said rightly the commitment regarding biodiversity in Latin America. So when we pull up together, it works. So for Montreal, the pledge, we are invited all cities to sign this pledge, 15 concrete commitment to protect existing protected areas, to re-establish ecosystems that are impacted, that are degraded, to eradicate single-use plastics, eradicate pesticides. It's possible to increase green and blue areas. Today, I'm very proud. I'm very proud because we've launched this pledge about a month ago, and already 47 cities from all continents have signed this pledge. And to give you an idea, these 47 cities together, it's 130 million people. And for me, this is extremely concrete. People are going to benefit from this. We'll give you a number of cities: London, Paris, Tokyo, Copenhagen, Barcelona, Berlin, Los Angeles, Milan, Buenos Aires, Dakar, Freetown, Melbourne, Quebec, Toronto, Sao Paulo, and more, because I told you 47, almost 50. So with this pledge, these cities and local governments want their leadership and action capacity that is going to set the example to adopt the framework, the post-2020 framework. We are key partners to protect biodiversity. We have a will to go further, to go faster, and local government will have to follow us. This is absolutely necessary. So because I'm here, I would like to acknowledge all the work that has been done on a day-to-day basis by mayors who find solutions. Thanks to all of you who have chosen to be with us in the Montreal Pledge, and those who haven't done it yet, please follow us, because at the end of the day, life on Earth is under threat. And it's a tipping point, and we need to protect it. And this is why protection of biodiversity should be a key central element regarding whatever we are doing. The Montreal Pledge is also a concrete means to achieve this. And I have to tell you, this is part of something even broader. The Montreal Pledge is 3 pledges, key pledges, complementary. First of all, Edinburgh in 2020. Local governments have acknowledged the urgency to act, and they are committed to do more during the next decade. Here in 2020 in Montreal, we've acted, and next year with the Berlin Pact, we are going to explain how to deploy these actions in our cities to maximize the impact of these actions. So together, Edinburgh, Montreal, and Berlin, we really be able to go farther to protect biodiversity. You know, I'm really motivated because we have this skill, this capacity to mobilize, to move. I sometimes say action reaction. This is what it is for me, the strength of cities. And what I want is to be able to use these possibilities, opportunities we have at local governments level to protect biodiversity even more, to be heard even more by parties that are negotiated currently, and to have this hope, as my colleague rightly said, to say that we have the solution, but it has to be a priority. We've got the tools. The Montreal Pledge is a concrete tool, and all cities in the world can follow us. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you. Great initiative. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed this session just as I did. And as ICLEI and together with our partners, we are happy that many of these initiatives introduced here in today's session are coming together in City with Nature and Region with Nature, where more of these examples across the world are shared. And this will be a good introduction to our next session, because the next session is on the special announcement of City with Nature and Region with Nature. So I would like to end this session with a big round of applause for the speakers, and thank you. And I'll hand this mic to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. We can sense a certain energy. You're more than welcome to head off towards the center to take an official group picture. And there's a change in the room. You might feel it. It's a slight little change that's going on. There's this energy that's building up. And we like to remind you at the end, because we are all actors right now, at the end of the summit, we will be inviting everyone in front stage to take a family picture. So we'll be having a snapshot of the world right here in the front stage, and that will be at the end of the summit. So we will be calling you and telling you when will that be happening. We can see their social media. Once again, share your insights, not just your pictures, but your insights, your words, what you'd like to share on social media. 7th Summit COP15, 7th Summit COP15 will be that hashtag. And we are getting ready in a few moments to present our next part. For those that are at home or watching virtually, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for sharing those moments as well. And don't forget to also be part of sharing the social media. It is so important, as well as those alive, but those that are right there listening, either it is a playback or you're listening live, thank you so much. And this is a personal note I'm saying to you right now. Thank you so much for being with us and connecting. And hopefully you're finding moments of value and of inspiration. We are getting ready because we're going to be having that group picture of the world, of our delegates. That will be happening at the end of the summit. And once again, you see this human spirit that's coming out. We invite our speakers to clear the stage as we are getting ready our next presentation. And once again, congratulations to all our speakers. As you see, they're really involved. They're really into it. So we invite us also to help us clear out the logistics as we're clearing out the stage a bit, to leave a bit of space as we are preparing for our next presentation. And once again, this is important because we want as many people as possible for that group family picture at the end. I'll be asking the delegates. Delegates, how are you doing? Are you doing okay, delegates? Delegates? Thank you. Thank you. My goal is basically to get a bit of energy going, so hopefully I was able to do that throughout the sessions. And once again, just rolling back those shoulders, taking a breath of deep air can make such a difference, and keep on with our presentations. All right, we are ready for our next session, which is celebrating new partners, cities and regions, and Kunming International Center of Excellence at COP15. So we're going to take a couple of pictures right there. And just out of respect for our next speakers, we'd like you to clear out the stage right after so that we'll have a chance also to give them the spotlight that they deserve. So to conduct the next session, joining us on stage from ICLEI is Stefania Romano, and from Regions 4, Jordan Harris. Let's give him a round of applause.
So good afternoon, everybody. Buenas tardes a todos. Boa
Good afternoon, everyone.
à tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone.
All right.
So this is a time for celebration, a celebration for cities with nature, a celebration for regions with nature, which is being launched today at this special occasion, COP15, at the 7th Summit for Local and Subnational Governments. It's a celebration for nature. It's a celebration for action, together with our cities, subnational governments, and partners. Cities with Nature was launched in 2018 here in Montreal, and since then, small and large local governments from across the world have been joined, and Montreal City has been the first city. Only 1 month ago, Cities with Nature had 235 cities, and today we have, in only 1 month, we reached 277 cities, and we want this number to be increasing. A special mention to Greater London Authority, that was number 100, and another special mention to New York City, which was 200. But we have to celebrate as well the small cities, to be inspiring to each other and report to the action platform. Cities with Nature is a partnership initiative. It's that platform that connects cities, partners, experts, tools, instruments for nature and for action. And when I say partnership, I say that ICLEI works together with the IUCN, with the Nature Conservancy, with WWF, with Cities for Forests, with the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, with the World Urban Parks, GOALS, London National Park City, Nature for All, Eco City Builders, Salzburg Global Seminar, Biophilic Cities, 88 Cities, and AIPH, and more are coming today on stage. And of course, we work together with supporting bodies like the Secretariat of the Convention on Biodiversity and UNEP. Regions with Nature, in fact, builds upon the success of Cities with Nature, and it's being developed together with our partners, ICLEI, Regions 4, GOALS, the European Committee of the Regions, and the IUCN. And we had a pre-launch, a soft launch during there in cities. It was October 2021, but here we are today for launching institutionally and formally Regions with Nature. Regions with Nature is for states, provinces, domains, territoire, to promote nature positive development at landscape scale and across urban and rural linkages. And with that, I just leave the floor to the Executive Director of Regions 4, Jordan Harris.
Thank you very much, Stefania. It's really great to be here with you, and I'd like to thank ICLEI and the fantastic team that's behind the Regions with Nature platform. Without you guys, we would not be here today. It's really been a pleasure working with you, and also would like to really recognize and thank the support as well of the group of leading subnational governments, GOALS, and the European Committee of the Regions. We're really excited to be here to announce the formal launch of the Regions with Nature platform, which is designed to support the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework at the subnational level. Regions with Nature is a platform that really honors the legacy of the Edinburgh process. It also consolidates the mandate of the Advisory Committee on Subnational Governments to the Convention on Biological Diversity, and brings together the strengths of different organizations, networks, states, and regions from around the world into one global platform. Launching Regions with Nature here together with some of the strongest subnational leaders in the world sends a really powerful signal to the entire planet and especially to the parties of the convention here. Subnational governments are committed, they're ready, and they're already playing an important role in implementing concrete actions on the ground. The draft decision under item 16B with its plan of action, which we strongly urge the parties to adopt, and everything we know so far indicates that they will, recognizes Regions with Nature as the online commitment and reporting platform where regional governments can report and monitor progress on their commitments to contributing to the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Inspiring and learning from each other is key, which is why we're also extremely happy to announce the launch of the case study database as a tool, and the first of many to come, hosted within the Regions with Nature platform to build and develop capacities exclusively dedicated to the subnational experience. As an open online source of knowledge accessible to all, the case study database showcases case studies from Regions with Nature members with the goal of transforming on-the-ground knowledge into learning that will support regions in overcoming their shared challenges. The strategic importance of Regions with Nature platform cannot be overstated. We urge you and leaders like you to join us in strengthening our constituency by raising our ambition from here on into the future. Thank you very much, and back to you, Stefania.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you so much. It's really a special occasion, isn't it? Thank you, thank you. We deserve it, we all deserve it. So it's my honor, my pleasure to come on stage here, ICLEI Secretary General, Gino van Begin, to start the ceremony together. Thanks. And I will be starting to call first the new partners that have been joining Cities with Nature and Regions with Nature. And the first one is the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species. Can I call please on stage Laura Girassi? You know that they very much aim to conserve migratory species throughout their ranges. Thank you very much, Laura. And the second partner is UNECE, please, Liliana Novazzi-Jacob. You know that the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, they very much promote economic cooperation and integration among its member states. Liliana, thank you for being here with us. I know you were at Budapest, now here, so it's a lot of... Congratulations. And now, WHO. Can I call on stage Cristina Romanelli? Please. Cristina Romanelli, WHO. On the other side. Surprise, surprise. Fantastic. Thank you.
Welcome.
Congratulations to you. And I know you also want to say a few words to us about the health dimension to be brought into Cities with Nature.
Thank you very much. It's actually bon après-midi, good afternoon. I am truly humbled to be among you here and by the leadership that I've seen in this room over the past couple of days. It really is an honor to be joining you. And I would really like to thank ICLEI for welcoming us to this impressive 7th Summit for Subnational Governments and Cities. And most importantly, I'd like to congratulate them for their leadership together with the IUCN and TNC for the establishment of Cities with Nature and Regions with Nature platforms. And we look forward at the World Health Organization to this new partnership, this new era of collaboration to support the protective benefits of biodiversity in cities and urban environments, to ensure that we can both safeguard, restore, and create cities and regions that safeguard both the health of people and nature. I think it's no surprise to note that cities pose some of the greatest challenges to human health, as spaces in which there are high demands on water, on energy, on other resources, in which air pollution from traffic congestion and other sources often thrives, filling lungs of a large and growing population of urban dwellers with contaminants that pose very real health threats, and prematurely killing over 7 million people every year. But that's not why we're here. We're here because together we can turn this tide of non-communicable diseases, and we very much look forward to supporting ICLE, to supporting the IUCN and TNC, and all the amazing leadership that we've seen from the mayors, from cities, from subnational governments in this room. So it really I'm just here to say that it's an honor to join you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We thank you, Christina. So important, the health of nature, the health of people, and as you're saying, together. Thank you. Now, can I call on stage CC35, Veronica Arias, please? Veronica, are you here? Ah, fantastic. It's a local government organization created with the objective of accelerating the commitment of the capital cities of the Americas to face the climate emergency, and now biodiversity as well.
No, thank you.
Thank you so much for being part of the platform. Now, the last panel joining Cities with Network and Regions with Network is R20. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here with us today, but it's an important partner because their mission is to accelerate the design and deployment of financial vehicles for sustainable infrastructures at the national level. So it's another great partner that is joining our platforms. And with that, we start the ceremony with the subnational government joining Regions with Nature, and I hand it over again to Jordan.
Great. Thank you very much, Stefania. It's my honor to be able to celebrate the pioneering subnational governments that are with us here today at COP15 and invite them on the stage to be recognized. So I'll call your names one by one, and please come up here and receive your badge. First, Ana Barnadas, Secretary of Climate Action from Catalonia.
Round of applause.
Many fans. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Madam. And it was very nice to have you also today here. Thank you. Pleasure for us. Thank you. Yes. Here and there.
Sure. Alessandra Nortini, Director of Biodiversity, Lombardy.
Hi. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Congratulations, and thank you very much for your ambition. I'm very happy to hand you over the baton.
Lorna Slater, Minister for Green Skills, Circular Economy and Biodiversity, Scotland. Congratulations, Lorna.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam. It's a pleasure to have you on board with us. And once again, just also my thanks to the Scottish Government for all of your support in this process, as well as in Sharm el-Sheikh. But I'm very happy to hand over the badge to you.
Thank you so
Congratulations, Lorna. Jacob Martin Malou, Deputy Minister of Sustainable Development and Environmental Quality of Quebec.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations. Hey. Marisa Ortiz, Minister for Environmental Affairs, Guanajuato.
Congratulations.
Felicidades, Marisa.
Congratulations, madam. Very pleased to have you involved with us. I'm very proud to offer you the badge.
Hiroshi Kondo, Executive Director for the Bureau of Environment, Aichi.
Thank you very, very much. Pleasure to have you with us. Honored to be with you.
Felipe Campelo, President of the State Institute for the Environment, Rio de Janeiro State.
Parabéns.
Beleza.
Thank you. Pleasure. Pleasure to
Rafael Andregueto, Director of Natural Heritage, Paraná. Parabéns. Felicidades.
It's an honor. Thank you very much for joining.
Rodrigo Levkovich, Executive Director of the Sao Paulo Forestry Foundation, Sao Paulo State.
Parabéns. Nada.
Obrigado.
Prazer.
Thank you. It's great. It's an honor to offer you that. Thank you. It's sweet.
And last but certainly not least, Sergio Graf, International Coordinator for Climate Action of Jalisco.
Qué bueno.
Grande Sergio. Gracias.
Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would also like to celebrate those regions who have joined Regions with Nature but who are not with us today in the room. If you could direct your attention to the screen, we can also recognize Campeche, Pernambuco, Goa, Western Cape Province, Island Island, Basque Country, La Rioja, and the community of Madrid, who are also an important piece of this new platform. I also want to make a special recognition to the very first region to join and champion Regions with Nature and call onto the stage the governor of Yucatan State in Mexico, Mauricio Vila Dosal, to be recognized and to give a brief statement.
So thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here. And as a governor of Yucatan, I have to talk a little bit about my state. So I would like to tell you that Yucatan is one of 32 Mexican states located in the southeast of the country. And we're very proud because we are home of one of the most famous Mayan ruins in the world, Chichen Itza. But we also have 360 kilometers of coastline. We also have 10% of Mexico mangroves. We also have our famous underground rivers, cenotes, and that's what we are here. I would like to thank ICLEI Global Executive Commitment for allowing me and Yucatan to be one of the first ones to join the Region with Nature platform, which is officially launching today. In addition to this, it's very gratifying to see that we're growing as a community and that many more regions are committing to take action. Regions with Nature is a space where subnational governments can make themselves heard, share experience and actions, as well as recount the commitments and global objectives that we have as regions. We are happy to publish our goals here at COP15. In Yucatan, we're working hard to prioritize the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity inside and outside our borders, ensuring the conservation of our ecosystem and creating synergies within different levels of governments, private sector, and civil society. I'm sure that this compromise will continue, and that will be continue working as a team and carry for our biodiversity for the benefit of future generations. Thank you very much.
California, because then I will go there and speak immediately.
Muchas gracias.
I can do that.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, gobernadora. Estamos muy contentos con su
Thank you
llegada.
very much. Great pleasure and honor to offer you. Thank you.
I would also like to recognize the most recent government to join Regions with Nature, California in the United States, and invite California's Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat, Dr. Jennifer Norris, to convey a short message to the world. Come on up, Jennifer.
Thank you. I am actually Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy, Jen Eckerly, and I'm just so thankful to be here today to accept this on behalf of California. California is a global leader in biodiversity and climate change. And as the fourth largest economy in the world, we are demonstrating that we do not need to make a choice between a strong economy and protecting nature. So we're proud to join Regions with Nature today to be part of a subnational collaboration on how we're going to stem the crisis and protect biodiversity across the globe. We have a lot to share about the work that we're doing to advance 30 by 30, to implement and protect our marine protected areas, to address plastic pollution, and to restore habitat both on land and in our coast. But we also have a lot to learn, especially on how we can do better in partnership with Indigenous communities and local communities. So we're grateful to be here today and for the partnership ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, California. Great to have you here with us.
Thank you much for
Thank you very much,
so
Ms.
happy
Norris.
to welcome you into Regions.
We are particularly pleased to welcome California in joining the CBD Recognized Regions with Nature platform. Joining here at Regions with Nature platform is a clear demonstration that we are moving forward together and that we together can amplify our work to reconcile humanity and nature. You, California, is a world biodiversity hotspot and home to the highest number of species. But you are also a conservation leader in the United States, with your targets aiming to conserve 30% of California's land and coastal waters by 2030. That is fantastic. Likewise, as California subnational governments, cities and other local authorities are already advancing many solutions for both climate crisis and the biodiversity loss crisis. It is time to act and do more together. Today, while we announce California, Yucatan, and all of the other subnational governments here joining Regions with Nature, I think that we are planting the seeds for a sustainable and safe future. Thank you all very, very much, and greetings to our colleagues of the subnational governments here today joining Regions with Nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we have finished, but we haven't finished. It's just the beginning for Regions with Nature, right? And we take over with Cities with Nature. Now, there is a number of cities that have been joining in the run-up of COP15. Some of them, unfortunately, are not attending in person, and I would like to be acknowledging them. It would be a slide just listing them, but it's the City of Oakland, City of Santa Monica, Lake County, City of Carbondale, Saint-Anne-de-Bellevue, Chiang Mai, Cartagena de las Indias, Autonomous Decentralized Municipal Government of Pastaza Canton, Mashhad Municipality, Iringa Municipal Council, Kisi County, Felopele, the District Council of Black River, Hargeisa Municipality, Mukono Municipality Council, and the City of Utrecht. And I can tell you that the more I talk to you, the more cities are joining. So it's not easy to keep up with this pace, I can tell you. But now, Let's celebrate the cities here in person. Can I call please on the stage the city of Paris? It's my biggest honor to be having Paris joining Cities with Nature. I remember when I had the call with the delegates of Paris, the question from your side was, why Paris is not part of Cities with Nature? And here you are. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks a lot.
And now Marseille, we had a number of interactions with them. We met them only 2 days ago here in COP. And they signed immediately. Marseille, s'il vous plaît, merci.
Marseille, please, thank you.
Merci, madame. C'est un plaisir.
Thanks, madam. It's a pleasure for me.
So do you remember the COP10 in Nagoya? We welcome Nagoya on the stage. Please. Congratulations.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor. Thank you for your work.
From east to west, San Francisco. Woo! Please. Biodiversity. Congratulations, Peter.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Still staying in the USA, city of Boulder. Welcome.
Yes.
Congratulations. Welcome to Cities with Nature.
Congrats. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Still USA, the city of Boston. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congrats. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you. Thank you.
We are in Canada, and let's call a Canadian city, city of Laval. Thank you so much. I knew you had an urgent commitment, but you moved everything for being here with us. We couldn't thank you more. Merci beaucoup pour ça. C'était un plaisir, vraiment.
Thanks a lot for being here with us. It's an honor for us. Thank you. It's a great honor. Thank you.
Can I invite a very interesting city, Kampala City, please. The minister is here. Kampala, that's fantastic. Such a diversity. Cities with Nature is diversity. Thank you. I just met you yesterday, and it's my honor to welcome here on stage. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful to meet you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. It's an honor to have you. Thank you.
And now we move to China, the charming cities. Please, can I call on the stage Chengdu? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now with China, Huzhou. Congratulations. Changqing. Hope my pronunciation is fine. Thank you. Another Chinese city with whom we're going to be signing a very important agreement later. Kunming, Kunming City, please. Congratulations. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, it's an honor. It's my great honor.
And more. Nanyang City. Congratulations. The last Chinese city, Shenzhen, please. Congratulations. We move to Colombia, Alcaldía de Barranquilla. Por favor. Qué bueno, qué gusto.
Such a pleasure, such an honor. Thank you very much.
We also acknowledge the metropolitan area of Aburra Valley, Colombia. Unfortunately, they were kidnapped like last minute and they couldn't be here, but we will just hand over the certificate later. But again, talking about COP15, I just had a very interesting talk the other day with Kaigan de Ouro in the Philippines, and they joined, like on the spot. Please come on stage. We do. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Honor.
Now, as I was saying before, we cannot keep up, with the pace of cities which are joining, and they just recently, 2 hours ago, joined, in fact, from Dominica. So we don't have the badges, but we very much and very warmly welcome on the stage Portsmouth and City Roseau. Please come. Un gusto para nosotros. Qué bueno. Last minute, but
It is a true pleasure.
the badge is ready tomorrow for you.
Welcome.
Congratulations.
Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So now we're just stepping to the other segment of the and section of the ceremony, which is the announcement of the establishment of the ICLEI Kunming International Center of Excellence for Cities with Nature. And I call on stage the director of China, ICLEI China, Huzhou, and the Kunming mayor on the stage for signing the new agreement between ICLEI and Kunming that we serve for the international community. Please, Shu. And then I can also call on the stage as, the global organization, Jill Sharon from UNEP, Laura Cerasi from UNCMS, and Cristina Romanelli from WHO to witness this very important signature. Thank you.
In the center, yeah. The witnessing.
Testimony,
Yeah.
As a testimony, thank you. Congratulations. That's great. That's an amazing, amazing historic time. That's the momentum.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mayor of Kunming. By this signing ceremony, the ICLEI Kunming International Center of Excellence for Cities with Nature has just been established. The Center of Excellence is part of the Cities with Nature platform and is jointly initiated by Kunming and ICLEI. Through this center, we are committed to be and act as an important platform for demonstration, for peer learning, and for creating partnerships between Chinese and international cities on nature conservation and biodiversity. The center will also help to enhance the technical capacity of local governments in China and around the world, and will encourage local commitment and actions for the implementation of the new global biodiversity framework that is being negotiated, discussed, and approved here this week. The activities of the center will run in close collaboration with ICLEI's Cities for Biodiversity Center, which is based in Cape Town in South Africa. I am extremely grateful to the mayor for taking this initiative, for providing the resources. We are looking forward to cooperate with you on behalf of all the cities in the world that have just also joined here, as well as the regions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think we are just closing this very special ceremony, announcement ceremony. It's been amazing to have all the cities, the subnational governments, the partners joining. And as nature is our home, so are cities with nature and regions with nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Thank you.
To invite them
Oh,
to
yes.
the photo.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, but everything is okay with her.
And now we can just all come here for the final group picture all together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie, bella, sei stata fantastica, che piacere.
For those that are watching either at home or that are present in the room, and we got about I think a quarter of the room that are right here in front. Congratulations once again. We're taking a family picture, but after that, we are continuing with another session and we'll be having our closing ceremony where we may have a quarter of the room right here, but we'll be inviting all of our delegates to come in for a family picture at the end at the closing ceremonies. Taking a few moments at this moment right now, once again, to take a family picture, a group picture with all our guests that are right here, and there are as many photographers as there are of accolades right there. And once again, for those at home, thank you so much for being with us. Those three themes that we've been talking about since day one, which is about influencing, engaging, and acting. And we are seeing this happening live right here at this summit. Such inspiring moments. And we can feel the energy as we're going through with this. And even those that are wondering, if you were at home, we're noticing that there was this buzz, there's this energy that's starting to be created. And it's a mixture of happiness, of joy, and of pride. And, of course, of perseverance and also of motivation to move forwards. Because although this summit We'll be finishing in less than a couple hours. We are still continuing that story. We are be starting our next session at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. It is now 4:45 Eastern Time. That means 15 minutes. We will be starting back, and I'm going to cheat a bit. I'm going to say 12 minutes. Time to get everybody back in. That's good enough, huh? Back in less than 15 minutes. Thank you for being with us right here at the summit, and we'll be back for our next presentation in less than 15. We'd like to make an announcement to make sure that everything is clear for all our delegates. We still have a closing ceremony. What we've done right now was the session was the celebrating new partners in cities and regions in Kunming International Center of Excellence at COP15. We'd like to remind you we have another session at 5, and after that we'll be having our closing ceremony, our official closing ceremony at 6 o'clock. So there's still 2 more sessions, and we invite you to please stay with us as we still have more value and to close off symbolically. So once again, all delegates, we have 2 more sessions, one in less than 10 minutes starting, finally finishing off at 6 o'clock Eastern Time for our official closing ceremonies. We are getting ready to start off our next session in a few moments, and please don't forget we'll be having our closing ceremonies right after this session. But at this moment, we are still looking for our speakers. Speakers, come and join us side of the stage at this moment. All speakers for the next session, come and join us right now at the side of the stage. We will be beginning. Thank you for your patience, and don't forget the closing ceremonies happening at 6 o'clock. What type of energy do we have with our delegates right now? We've had a mixture of excitement, of insight. We are close to our ceremony that'll be happening, our closing ceremony at 6 o'clock. But just before, we have our next session that is titled Subnational and Local Contributions to the GBF. We'd like to invite the panel. Panel, please come and join us, as well as the moderator for this panel, the regional director and China representative of ICLEI East Asia Secretariat, Shu Chu, to please come and join us, our moderator. And we'll be having as well as our panel coming on. Once again, there you go, energy. Yes, please show that energy. We're not finished, to stay here. As we have our moderators, the floor is yours.
Okay, now I'm pleased to invite all the panelists come on the stage to join me. My name is Zhu Shu. I'm the regional director of ICLEI East Asia and also chief representative to China. I'm very honored to have our prestigious panelists joining here. So, I see you are very happy. Is it because that we are going to finish these sessions and celebrate the success of the summit? Okay, so the last part we talked about the local subnational actions and contributions. We have heard various global initiatives, including the newly committed members to the Cities with Nature and also Regions with Nature. I see everybody is happy. Not only that we heard so much commitment, contributions, local action, but also eventually we are meeting here. We are connected in person to see each other. We inspire each other. So this session, as the last part of this act component, we are going to hear a number of exciting stories, examples, cases from a few local and subnational governments across different regions. They will take us through the journey to hear their stories. And now, I would like to first invite our first speaker, that is Mr. Shen Bingzhang from the municipal government of Huzhou City. I would like to first hear the story of Huzhou, but I want to specifically ask Mr. Shen that I heard that Huzhou City is the birthplace of the so-called two-mountain theory, and also China's first city-level ecological civilization demonstration zone. So could you please, Mr. Shen, introduce us Huzhou's key biodiversity actions and also how it can support and contribute to the implementation of the new global biodiversity framework. Now I'm inviting Mr. Shen to share Huzhou's story.
Thank you very much. Biodiversity makes the earth vibrant and is the basis for human survival. And development, strengthening biodiversity conservation and promoting global environmental governance require sustained efforts from all parties. Huzhou's biodiversity conservation efforts have been guided and supported by the Chinese Ministry of Ecology and Environment and CBD. We have developed a future-oriented biodiversity conservation plan. Guided by the two mountains theory, the plan proposed work norms, standards, and indicator systems. For example, Singapore Index of Cities Biodiversity. We have put forward implementation policies and safeguards for the next 10 or even 20 years, with reference to existing technical systems. And we will focus our efforts on the following aspects. First, implement conservation, restoration, and sustainable utilization of flora and fauna. Second, establish mechanisms and platforms to support biodiversity conservation. Third, pilot more demonstration projects of biodiversity-friendly green cities and promote models of green city development. Fourth, we will further strengthen international exchange and training activities, technical exchanges, and cultivate professional talents. At the same time, we are going to set up a special working group and a coordinating office, incorporate the construction of ecological civilization and the biodiversity conservation into the development plan of economy and the society, raise funds and increase investment through various funding channels. We focus on the training of talents, establish an expert steering committee, and invite world-renowned experts to participate in joint research. We hope that through the implementation of the above-mentioned plans, we will form the best practice of systematic conservation and the utilization of biodiversity, deliver best practice on how to deal with the relationship between human and nature. In particular, we want to share and exchange our practical experience and ideas with our counterparts, cities, and regions abroad, build a shared future for all life on Earth together with cities all around the world, and make every effort to promote the successful implementation of the post 2020 GBF. That's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Inspiring stories of Huzhou on various concrete actions from promoting the biodiversity financing as well as applying the Singapore Cities Biodiversity Index as recommended tool by the CBD Secretariat, as well as promoting further international cooperation and exchange. This is really inspiring. So after hearing the story from China, now let's move forward to the journey to Europe. I would like to hear the story of Paris. Unfortunately, the mayor of Paris, Madame Annie Hidalgo, is not with us in person, but she is delivering her message by a video presentation. Now I would like to invite our colleague to screen Mayor Hidalgo's presentation.
Mesdames et messieurs, partout sur la planète.
Ladies and gentlemen, all over the world, we bear great responsibility to protect our biodiversity and thus save life as we know it on Earth. Without oceans, without rivers, without animals, without fauna, we could not live, breathe, and enjoy life. It is that simple. For this reason, we human beings must reconnect with nature, to be closer to it, and especially in the cities, of course. In Paris, we are driven by this objective to make our capital a great garden city. Everywhere we are able, our political action is successful. We have concrete evidence that it works. We have listed 100 protected species. Some examples: 500,000 trees give to the city an even more beautiful, welcoming, pleasant aspect, and we will plant more than 100,000 trees in the years to come. We have also banned all pesticides long time ago. As Paris is getting ready to host the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games, we will make it possible for Parisians to swim in the River Seine. We will also get rid of the disposable plastic, which is a disaster once it gets into the environment. During this COP, I would like to call on all mayors and the international community to put an end to single-use plastic. And let's fight massively against all forms of pollution that harm our health and our nature. We must protect the beautiful things that are essential to our survival. We must stop the talks and set up as soon as possible clear rules, sanctions, and an ambitious framework to act faster altogether. In this battle for nature and climate, you can count on Paris and on my full commitment.
Thank you, Mayor Hidalgo, for introducing Paris initiative and actions. Politically, that we are facing interconnected challenges not only biodiversity loss, but also climate change. I'm inspired by Paris's interconnected solution and strategy to tackle this connected challenges. So now we are moving from Paris to the next country and city of Sao Paulo city. I'm now inviting Ms. Laura Sinaviva, Director of Biodiversity and Climate Action, to introduce the story of Sao Paulo city.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Xu. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you. And I bring to you the message from Sao Paulo. It is really an experience that touches all the universes, all the interests that show how we can tackle biodiversity issues in cities. The municipality of Sao Paulo is the local government of the city of Sao Paulo, which comprises urban and rural zones. In the Huzhou zone is the most important biodiversity because it is the remaining rainforest that we have in our city. And it is also a water protection zone. The population who lives there is very poor, like other countries and cities that have similar situations. The best preserved is also the poorest, and the city must tackle this. We have a little more than 1/3 of our surface as protected areas. This is mainly parks and environment protection areas. 1/3. But this is not enough. We need to tackle environmental protection with income generation. ACT is this session theme, and ACT means a lot of things. I bring to you the example of transformation. Environment and biodiversity protection cannot be met without attention to population who live in those areas, as I said. Usually they suffer social and economic exclusion. Organic agriculture was one of the answers for this problem because agriculture comprises land use, frequently land ownership, and this has a huge potential for the area's preservation. But the issue is income possibilities must be offered. The choice of Sao Paulo City Hall was for organic agriculture because it protects all forms of life, besides avoiding water pollution. But organic production demands technical training, delivers systems, etc. The municipality of Sao Paulo promoted the organization of a value chain, an economic chain that offered income possibilities to the farmers who joined the program of organic agriculture. Through a purchase guarantee, the municipality guarantees a purchase to their production. The producers sell a portion to the municipality and the remainder they sell as they want. What happened? In about 4 years, the economic chain was organized. And now, not only children in the municipal school net, around 1 million students, receive at least one organic meal in the week, but we have now a functional rural zone which supports environment and biodiversity protection, and a new income source to the population who live there. I should mention other examples, as when we learned also with Singapore about the Biodiversity Index, and we went deeper with the Sao Paulo Biodiversity Index since 2019. But by now, my contribution is this one that I bring to the discussion of you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing the Sao Paulo city's cases. After hearing the municipal level government's actions and story, I'm now going to hear something from the subnational level. Now I'm inviting our friend, Mr. Rodrigo Levakovic, the executive director of Sao Paulo Forestry Foundation from Sao Paulo States, to share the story.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to be here in the beautiful city of Montreal, have the chance to give our contribution to the discussion concerning the new global agreements for biodiversity. I will try to be straightforward about our experience in the state of São Paulo, Brazil. First of all, we need to create more protected areas. That's the place every wild animal calls their home. But there is more. We need to look closely to the oceans and mangroves. They are the cradle of life on the planet and largely responsible for regulating the climate. São Paulo has more than 50% of its territorial sea and about 20% of its land's territory as protected areas. We trying to do our part, but we have to do more. We need to improve our monitoring programs. We need to know where the animals are, to focus protective actions like wildfire control operation in these areas. This is of great importance. We can only operate if we know where the animals are. In São Paulo, we are watching primates and large and medium-sized mammals, such as jaguar, who we call onça pintada. Yes, we have jaguars in the states of São Paulo, not far from one of the most and largest cities in the planet. It's near from us. The jaguar is there. But we need to go beyond. Another very important point to address, we need to move forward the ecosystem restoration process. Today, we have empty forests and the seas with fewer animals. That has to stop. We need to act right now when it comes to create policies for the reintroduction and repopulation of native species back to where they once belonged. Furthermore, we need to improve the distribution of benefits generated by biodiversity among the people who help us to look after our rivers, forests, and the sea. They are the native peoples and traditional communities that deserve better and must be recognized and rewarded for the highly valuable service they provide. Most of the income should end up in their hands. And most important, we need to strengthen the bonds of trust between people. It's people who can change reality. It's the way we look at each other. This may one of the most important things in this conference. Get to know each other. We need to talk about. We need to be friends. It's very important to save biodiversity. And finally, we need to be practical and act where there is consensus. We have more things in common than differences. And we don't have to wait to move ahead the issues we have in common. Biodiversity can no longer wait. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Only if we get connected, we can jointly tackle these common challenges and crises. So after hearing the story of Sao Paulo state, now let's move to Mexico. I'm pleased to invite Ms. Josefina Hernandez, Secretary of Environment of Quintana Roo City.
Muy buenas tardes a todas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and pleasure to be here with all of you. COP13 held in Mexico 2016. There we had the signing of Cancun on the integration of conservation and sustainable utilization of biodiversity for well-being, at which actions were defined like promoting the conservation and restorations of the ecosystem as a basis to achieve good health, natural disaster prevention, the cities and resilient human settlements, and the adaptation to climate change and its mitigation. In this context, I would like to comment that Quintana Roo is located in the Mexican Caribbean, and it is part of the Mesoamerican coral reef system, the second largest after the Australian Barrier Reef. And most of the population lives on the coast, but also in vulnerable area to climatic phenomena like hurricanes. Thus, for 4 years, we've been implementing a financial mechanism that would prepare us against to any damages to our coral reef through a parametric insurance to insure the beach and coral reef against hurricanes. In the year 2020, the Delta and Zeta hurricanes impacted Quintana Roo, thus justifying the collection of the parametric insurance for an amount of $850,000. Working currently with four research institutes and also for civil society associations in the restoration of coral reefs. This year, we're working with Fundación Adina Rockefeller and with Mark Fund to strengthen this such successful insurance mechanism. And by 2023, we'll be working in the elaboration of the state plan for attention to damages caused by meteorological events to coral reefs. Uh, Trying to use nature-based solution for the care of our biodiversity, our coral reefs, and mangroves. Just like maintaining a natural barrier of great importance to reduce the impacts of hurricanes to the Quintana Roo's coastal population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Josefina, for your sharing of the story of Quintana Roo. Now we are coming back to America. I'm pleased to invite Ms. Mariama White Hammond, the Chief of Environment, Energy, and Open Space of the City of Boston, to share your story.
Thank you. I often think that before we propose a solution, it is pretty important to have a worthwhile and clear diagnosis of the problem. And so when people ask me the work that I do, I frame my work as ecological justice. That is because eco comes from the Greek word oikos, meaning home. And ecology is a study of home and relationships. It does not try to dissect a frog, but to understand the frog and the pond that it lives in, and the tree next to the pond whose leaves drop and form the silt in the bottom. And sometimes even the humans that decide to build a housing development next to that pond and disturb the ecosystem. I believe in many ways the challenge is that eco is not just the root of ecology, but also the root of economy. Economy meaning management of home. And we, as a world, have a way of managing our home that negates the precious and important relationships between species. The consequences of our extractive economy is extinction, death. And so we are in this moment in a socio-political, spiritual crisis. I offer deep gratitude to Indigenous people and communities who've been speaking this truth for years, and to young people specifically who in the past 5 years who have been sounding the alarm around the world, calling on us all to take action. I am here today on behalf of our Mayor Michelle Wu, who has charged us with being the greenest city in America, and asked the question, how do we share our home with all of the other species on this planet? How do we forge new relationships and a regenerative economy that lifts up those in our community who are most vulnerable. I want to share just one example that encapsulates how we are attempting to make this work in Boston. And I'm thankful to have heard so many great stories from so many of you who are also trying to find your own solutions. In 2020, we began a study that looked at where our urban heat islands were across the city. And what we found is that disproportionately, it was communities of color, low-income communities, and immigrant communities that lived in neighborhoods where there was insufficient tree canopy and far too much concrete. And the impacts were higher levels of respiratory issues, heat exhaustion, and a variety of other health impacts. The idea was that we could change this by increasing our tree canopy, and particularly planting trees in under-resourced communities. Because of this idea, our mayor increased our urban forest team from 2 to 16 full-time folks, and I am in the process of hiring those people as we speak. We also launched a program called Power Corps based on the model from Philadelphia to Mayor Nutter, in which we sought to hire young people from our most underemployed neighborhoods and train them in concrete skills like how to recognize and properly remove invasives from our open spaces, how to plant trees, how to care for them and prune them, and how to participate in urban agriculture. I grew up in one of those neighborhoods that is a heat island in the city. And on Wednesday, I will have the honor of standing next to our mayor and handing graduation certificates to young people who over the last 6 months have learned to see our city in a whole new way and learned to see themselves as part of the solution to our climate and biodiversity challenges. I'm honored to be here today, not just to share this example, but to participate in a space where we collectively understand that we only have one home, one planet, and that we must do the work to stop the extinction crisis that is happening around the globe. But also to say that we can do it in a way that not only uplifts nature, but that also brings economic opportunity to our most vulnerable communities. Too often, we ask poor people to end their participation in ecocide without giving them other means by which to survive. And so, in the midst of this crisis, there is an opportunity to do and to be better, to sustain our home together.
Thank you very much, Mariamma, for sharing the story of Boston. We really need to care the nature. We are the solution only if we respect the nature. Well, after hearing the story of 6 speakers representing 6 local and subnational governments, I think we still have some time. Maybe we could still collect some, or maybe I could ask maybe just one question, to you. After hearing the existing actions and initiatives, I want to know what would be your priority for the next step. Maybe just make it very brief, within 1 minute for each. Let's maybe start from Rodrigo.
I think the priority must be to improve the reforestation and the reintroduction of species in the ecosystems. We must do this now because planet needs this. So that's my priority in the state of Sao Paulo.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're moving actively on trees, but I think our next piece is using the open spaces that we already have in the city to also increase other forms of plant diversity. Many plants that can no longer survive in the more southern states of the United States might make more sense to introduce in our more northern regions. And it's another opportunity to train and hire people to be part of that work of protecting species.
To me, and I guess in our city, the next step is to connect all green areas to promote the possibility of genetic enrichment through the whole biodiversity, I mean fauna and flora. But I would like to use my minute to say one thing. Ecological and economy, they have the same echo. This means home. And then I think the most important thing, the priority, is to fight inequality, social and economical ways of inequality, because this is the matrix of destruction and degradation.
Thank you. I was just informed that Ms. Michelle Rubirola, the first deputy mayor of Marseille, is now with us. I'm going to hear your story.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for giving Marseille the opportunity to take part. We have spoken about this. The role of cities is central in determining to restore and to preserve biodiversity in different respects. Indeed, first of all, cities are the interface of urban development, and this has to be transformed to ensure the protection, the continuous protection of natural systems. Today, cities are focusing to reestablish the links between human and nature, and to put at the heart of cities biodiversity. To achieve this, Marseille is developing in its strategy green, blue, and brown areas, from peripheral areas to the center, to have a continuous ecology with rivers and spaces without any pollution. These cities have the best vision regarding the degradation of the environment and the impact of the population on the population, while looking at us officials to act or to react. Over the past few years, it was very difficult. They have showed how vulnerable we are faced to pandemics, droughts, flooding, wildfires, etc., and other natural disasters. To all this, biodiversity is bringing answers. Cities, in particular urban cities, like very urbanized cities like Marseille, need improvement of the well-being of its citizens. Indeed, and I think it is a tipping point, irreversible tipping point. The diplomacies of cities have showed that collectivities are very often more willing and ambitious than states. Where states fail, cities are successful. Besides our work, there are negotiations between states to decide on new targets to protect biodiversity. And everybody's noticed that this multilateralism is not really working well, whereas cities are not competing against each other, so they are more inclined to have partnerships. And this freedom to act and our power of coalition makes us more powerful. And I'm acknowledging the mayoress of Montreal, Mrs. Valerie Plante, to offer a new tool for cities with the Montreal Pledge, and we've joined the pledge. To come back to my city, Marseille, in the by the sea, a very fragile sea, a closed sea, so vulnerable and exposed to biodiversity. Marseille is an exceptional city is conciliate natural spaces and urban spaces like anywhere in France. So we have the privilege to have in our area the largest peri-urban park in Europe, which is the National Park Calanque, where we have a large number of protected species threatened and endemic. So we are developing a large awareness program to help and preserve our coastal area. In spite of this wealth of biodiversity, pressure on nature are huge. Concrete everywhere has distorted our streets, our spaces, places we will live, our schools. The great majority in our city is trying to change things to stop new damage to the soil, is trying to save the last agricultural spaces, fighting against heat islands, starting from schools, because schools are all over the city. And as this has been said before, it is true that green spaces are lacking in some parts of the city, where the most vulnerable people live. So yes, it is true. We're starting by schools that are everywhere. We are going to look after these schools, planting trees. We all know that the challenges are huge. We are really determined, and for this, thanks to our willpower and our vice biodiversity Christine, who is here, we've adopted the implementation of a local strategy that is ambitious for biodiversity. And part of this partnership regarding biodiversity, we've got all the stakeholders to help and to implement public policies to protect biodiversity. I'm convinced that this partnership between politicians, research, and organizations and competent agencies is necessary to achieve our targets. Indeed, we will not achieve alone. It is necessary to democratize and to be held by a broader audience, so that the entire society is fighting for our future. Biodiversity must be helped, and Marseille is going to act to raise awareness so that the citizens save and restore biodiversity. We need to raise awareness, to have citizens on our side. Against people who want a status quo and who are not acting. So Marseille is committed to look after biodiversity via education, sustainable development, and to implement projects with young people. And as I was telling you, we will not be able to do this alone, but we will not be able to do this without any funding. The needs are huge, and the partnership with public-private is key. Our network, our city needs to work on this regarding funding so that local authorities get more funding. In this mindset, we need to conciliate the economic aspect of biodiversity. I will remind you that half of the GDP is based on healthy ecosystems. So it is in the interest, short-term and long-term, of economic stakeholders to contribute to the general effort. And to wrap up, I would like to tell you that the challenge in front of you is huge, but so important for our survival. We do not have the luxury to wait for a next COP. Together, we need to get the help of our citizens and remind them that it's not only science, but it is our survival. And we need to remind these four key things: human nature. We live from nature and its resources. We live with nature and with other non-human beings. We live within nature and its landscapes and ecosystems. And lastly, we live as nature. And on a more philosophical note, if it is true that cities are built away from nature, today we have understood at last that instead of sometimes re-establishing the link with nature that is key. We need to have at the center of our lives in cities, nature has to be there. Thanks a lot.
To share Marseille's story and actions. I do agree that it's time for us to act. We cannot wait anymore. And also, the reason that's why we're here is to voice our concerns and recommendations to the states, to the parties, for them to take the same actions as we are doing. Thank you very much. Be mindful of the time. I'm just asking whether we have any final remarks or comments want to add before we close the session. No, it's not. She left. Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be with all of you for this panel. I think we covered a lot of things, a lot of initiatives, but the core is act, act, and act. Thank you very much. With this, I want to conclude this session. Thank you very much.
If you wish, you may go in the center so we can take a picture of everyone together as that. And we are getting ready, dear delegates, as we're heading off for our closing ceremonies. And as we're heading off for closing ceremonies, we'd like to invite our speakers to come and join us on stage before beginning officially. We are taking those pictures and we'll be inviting our speakers for the closing ceremonies to head off towards the right of the stage or your left. We'll be inviting the Mayor of the City of Montreal, Valérie Plante, to come and join us on the side. Minister of Natural Resources and Forests, Maïté Blanchette-Vézina, to come and join us on the left side. Vice Minister, Ecology and Environment of China, Yingming Zhao, to please come and join us on the left side of the stage. Executive Secretary, Convention on Biological Diversity, with Elizabeth Rama, as well as Secretary General of ICLE, Local Government for Sustainability, Gino Van Biegen. So we invite you to please head off towards the side of the stage on the left side, and then we'll be ready on our end to start off this official closing of ceremonies. And as congratulations, speakers. Thank you very much for your thoughts, for your insights. Very appreciated. We'll be having our presenters coming on in a few moments. And thank you, all delegates. Thank you, delegates, for being there, for being present, and also having your presence there and knowing that you will be passing on these messages and also these thoughts that have been created or have made those links. For those at home, thank you as well, watching, whether at home or at office, but online, thank you. We'd like to remind you that all these recordings will be available at a later date for your viewing, so you'll have a chance to see the best parts which are interested in. We are getting ready to start this off in a few moments. Once again, thank you so much. And there's this energy that was created. I've noticed from the beginning to today, there's been a live energy that's just bubbling. And at the end, we're going to want to see that energy because we'll be taking a photo of our new family right here. Everyone that is here will be taking a group picture. Challenge we're throwing out to you, and you do have many challenges, but since we are all across the globe, take the opportunity to nod at somebody and say something you don't know and say hello. And that exchange can change, that conversation can change a whole life, a whole way of thinking, and you have the opportunity to do it right now. Getting ready in a couple of seconds, and once I get the official cue once again for the official presentation, and we are going for our closing ceremonies. Hashtag for sharing your insights and your pictures. That is 7th Summit, COP15, 7E Sommet, COP15 sera le mot-clic à utiliser. And we are doing, and of course, as you may notice, those that are live with us, this is called stretching time. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing this magical thing for stretching time to be able to get it going. Once again, last time you can do it and just pulling up your shoulders and bringing back your shoulders and rolling back and rolling your neck as well will do some good to your body. It's true. They're in this position where like you're stuck. So just change that position, getting back some oxygen in your body does a body good. We'll be starting off once again this closing ceremony, and it's been amazing 2 days. And I know that on our end and all on the end of the speakers are so thankful of your participation and being there and being attentive. We have an official go. We have an official go. So let's change a bit of that energy right here and let's start off with a round of applause. Let's change that energy, right? Okay. How? We're heading for the official closing. This ceremony of this summit, huh? 2 wonderful days with people from all over the world, and now it's time to get ready to work. We like to get just an important note that the activities of the LSNG Pavilion will continue until the end of COP. If you registered for the summit, please remember that your pass is now valid until the end of COP. And we're ready to start this off. We have everybody here, and we'll be starting off. We invite you to please look at the screens on your right and left. Those that are online, you'll be watching the same screen. To deliver his recorded statement screen, President of Basque Country and Regions 4, Inogo Urkullu Renteria.
Euskadi Basque Country ejerce desde 2020 la presidencia de Regions 4, la red de gobiernos regionales por el desarrollo sostenible. Nuestra red ha crecido hasta convertirse en un espacio en el que 40 líderes hablamos con una sola voz.
Into a forum on which 40 leaders speak with a single voice, with deliver solutions to 2 pressing challenges in our time, the loss of biodiversity and climate change. The Basque Country is a place of rich biodiversity, with 20% of its territory covered by some system of environmental protection. The Basque Country is also a laboratory for action. Udalsarea 2030, the Basque network of sustainable municipalities, is an international beacon and a regular contributor to ICLEI. The Sustainable Development Goals are our operational framework. As recognized by the United Nations, in October this year, the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohamed presented the permanent headquarters of the local 2030 Coalition Secretariat located in the Basque Country. Regions 4, coordinator of the Advisory Committee to the Convention on Biological Diversity, along with the government of Quebec, has ensured that the needs, lessons learned, and experiences of every region are at the heart of the decision-making process. This summit underpins our commitment to biological diversity. A radical transformation is needed in environmental governance and a new multilateral consensus based on a philosophy which we refer to in the Basque Country as auzolana, meaning collaboration for the common good. Collaboration which covers civil society, all levels of government, economic sectors, and international institutions. Global governance based on solidarity, decentralization, and inclusive multilateralism. Only then will a fair transition be possible. Thank you very much in the name of Regions 4. Let us work together for the common good. An ambitious global biological diversity framework that recognizes, fosters, and facilitates the roles of regions in its implementation. Skerrit Asko, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Inogo Urkullu Renteria. And joining us now on the podium is the Mayor of Montreal, Valérie Plante.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here once again because, well, here we are. We're at the end of the 7th summit for subnational governments and cities of ICLEI, and it is the moment to give you an idea of these last 2 days and to share what I'm leaving with. So first of all, I would like to repeat my extreme pleasure to have welcomed you here in Montreal. And we've had exchanges with different people coming from different states, cities, and this has allowed me to see the richness on the exchanges we had on our understanding and the realities, which are sometimes different. But when it comes to finding solutions, we have good ideas. And for several amongst us, it's also the fact that we're meeting again. So I took the opportunity to make sure that we're going to work more together. I am very proud to be welcoming you here in Montreal, and you will always be welcome here in our beautiful city. Your presence will be reminded every single day. Allow me to tell you that we have decided to honor your presence here for all the participants during the COP15 by planting trees on Mont Royal. It's the beautiful mountain in the city center, and a lot of trees will be planted. And so, following the result of this COP15, a forest will be created. So, thank you on behalf of the citizens of Montreal. Since yesterday, we had the summit and we had the possibility to exchange and discuss on different themes and subjects. We spoke about our local actions, but also spoke about how our local actions can have a global impact. We also spoke about the obstacles at which subnational governments and cities have to face and what we can do more. During the discussions, we had a central point which was repeated, that the cities and subnational governments are ready and we want to do more. We want to go further, we want to be stronger, and we want to go faster. And that means that our populations and territories will be feeling the impact of biodiversity loss, and so we are ready to be courageous and take action. We have this capacity to act quickly. It is the local administrations who are putting in place solutions which can be reproduced on different levels after that. At the opening of COP15, I said that we need as cities, we need to be part and round the table. I hope that in a few days' time, during the adoption of the final product of the COP15, we can say mission accomplished. Because thanks to you, the cities, the voice of the cities has been heard during this COP15. And I'm very proud because we have shown ourselves as important actors that we are. These past few days, we have exchanged on different ideas, as I've already said. We shared our best practices and we learned from one from the other. It's true that we live in different situations, very different situations, but I think that what unites us is that we see the impact, the daily impact of biodiversity loss and the suffering of our populations who are living this biodiversity loss. And all that is coming with climate change. If everyone here agrees that we need to accelerate our work, the other element on which we agree on is that we need more resources, we need more coordination, and we need more collaboration. What we want is to work with all the stakeholders, especially the national governments, to maximize our impact. So these are the messages that our messages that I heard and that I want to share, the messages which I will share at higher levels of the COP. We are very ambitious. The cities and subnational governments want to be included as stakeholders, important stakeholders. We are ready to work and to have this real partnership with other governments. And that is what we need to do, because the future of ecosystems, the future of species, and the future of our species depend on this. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a good COP.
Mayor Plante. And speaking on behalf of the government of Quebec, please welcome Minister of Natural Resources and Forests, Maïté Blanchette-Vézina.
Bonjour.
Hello. Mr. Vice President of China and Environment Ecology, Yinming Zhao, Mr. General Secretary of International Council for Ecological Initiatives, Gino van Begin, Madam Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, Elizabeth Maruma Imrema, Madam Mayor of Montreal and World Ambassador for ICLEI, Madame Valérie Plante, dear ministers and representatives of subnational governments and cities. I salute you all and thank you for being here and being here on behalf of all your populations. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Quebec has been honored to welcome you for the 7th Summit for Subnational Governments and Cities. This, the most important in the history and during the COP15 of the United Nations on biodiversity. Thank you for taking the time to be here in Montreal. And this is where, for 25 years, we have had exchanges on biodiversity, sharing the initiatives and inspire yourselves from the actions of your colleagues. I would like to salute all the mayors here in the hall. This morning I met a few. I used to be a mayor in the village of St. Louis, and I am very honored to be here with you today. As the General Secretary, Mr. Guterres, said during the opening of the conference, we do not have Planet B. We need to really make the most and put on a higher level the planet and our seas. By speaking about historical investment, for the 4 years we show our engagement in order to reach the 30 by 30 objective. We are making sure that we are active in our collaboration. We are persuaded that we can have solutions to stop the loss of biodiversity, but to do this we need all stakeholders working together in collaboration on a global level. Quebec really thinks that subnational governments, cities and other municipal organizations are the real pillar for an increased protection of biodiversities around the world. We need to be considered as stakeholders. As you know, Quebec is a proud representative of subnational governments, especially when it comes to the regions for participation. When it comes to subnational governments within the convention and the discussions, I wanted to repeat Quebec's intention that we will be representing you during the COP15, but also on other issues of biodiversity. This subject is at heart, just as our natural heritage, and we are honored to be able to count on your trust, which has been renewed. Solutions based on nature will be more efficient if they are taken together with the local areas. These solutions have to be part of mobilization of expertise and knowledge, and also set on the sharing of lessons learned and innovation. We hope that the next global framework will reflect work favoring the protection of biodiversity, and which would allow us to have concrete results. Prior to concluding this 7th summit, I would like to thank all the contributors to the organization, our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Anthony Horn. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the City of Montreal for the remarkable work. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you, Madam Mayor, our World Ambassador for Local Biodiversity, Madam Plant, who has been exceptional and in conserving nature. I would like to thank the China and Environment Minister and for all the work on the presidency of this event. Thank you for all the organizations present here and all the representatives present here for the initiatives, and the Secretary General, Mr. Gino Van Beken. Special thanks to the Executive Secretary of the Convention, Ms. Elizabeth Marua Mrema, who is here with us to look at the results of our mobilization. The world will be able to count on us. We need to make sure that local and subnational action is put in place by looking at the whole potential. We need to make sure that the whole of the government and international organizations recognize the role of the different actors, and also to reach the objectives of 2030. We need to make sure that this recognition is shown in all the texts and also in the follow-up and control. We need to ensure that our representation is efficient and within the global framework. This would allow us to contribute to reach the next targets in the whole of our capacity. We need to strengthen our collaboration, our network, our initiative in conservation in order to maximize the solutions which work, like the platform Cities with Nature and Regions with Nature. To conclude, Quebec is honored to have hosted you for the 7th Summit for Subnational Governments and Cities, co-organized with the collaboration of several partners, which I mentioned earlier, as well as the city of the Kunming, the province of Yunnan, Regions 4, and the UNEP. I would also like to thank Turkey, who will be hosting the 8th summit in 2024. We look forward to meet again, to continue on our exchanges, and to continue working on this very important work. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Maite Blanchette Vézina. As we are continuing, please welcome from the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, China, Yingming Zhao, to please come and join us to deliver his statement on his end.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Over the past 2 days of summit, we have witnessed local governments and cities offering a wide variety of outcomes and consensus on biodiversity conservation, bring together their strengths and wisdom for better engagement and more actions. This enhances our confidence in the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, I would like to thank the government of Quebec, City of Montreal, CBD Secretariat, ICLEI, Regions 4, City of Kunming, and the China Environment News for this organization of this summit. Biodiversity conservation is a matter that concerns the development of all people. Local and city governments play an indispensable role in implementing biodiversity laws, regulations, and policies. This year's summit was the theme Taking Action for Biodiversity. It highlights the far-reaching impact and the practical actions of local governments. The networking, discussion, and consensus building among different cities and localities from around the world will significantly promote global biodiversity conservation. Over 2 days, you have shared your experiences and wisdom from your cities in engaging and promoting biodiversity conservation. You have worked together to promote the adoption of post-2020 GBF. The renewed plan of action on subnational government will guide local and national governments to work closely together to advance the GBF implementation. Local and city governments are key drivers of the new network when we have an implicit role to play. As one of the first signatories of the CBT, the Chinese government highly values biodiversity conservation and has achieved innovative and remarkable results in protecting biodiversity with Chinese characteristics. Local governments are actively preparing their biodiversity conservation plans and exploring a co-benefit work mechanism for urban development and biodiversity conservation. Encouraging progress has been achieved. We have been seeing best practices in Kunming, Chengdu, Huzhou, Nanyang, Jiaxing, and Shenzhen. These Chinese cities protect and sustainably use biodiversity resources to improve urban ecosystem. Tai Mountain of the Chengdu is home of over 20 species of fireflies. And so all the regions have lots of examples which we can learn from each other. Biodiversity conservation requires the joint contribution of the international community and all stakeholders. We hope that summit will serve as a new starting point for further cooperation and to effectively implement actions taken by local governments to restore ecosystems and promote biodiversity mainstreaming so as to contribute to the global biodiversity process. Let us work together to reverse the global biodiversity loss and achieve the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. Thank you, and I wish all the best for our summit. Thank you.
Zhao. And now, please welcome CBD's Executive Secretary, Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, to come and join us.
Dear Mayor Plant, once again, thank you very much for hosting us in this beautiful city, for all the arrangements without which this congregation will not have happened. Mr. Ying Zhao, Vice Minister, Ministry of Ecology and Environment, China, Mr. Benoit Charette, Minister of Environment of Quebec, Mr. Gino Van Beijing, Secretary General of ICLE, good to have you here. Mr. Inigo Ukulu Peteria, President of Region 4, local and subnational authorities, colleagues, friends, dear participants. I'm really very pleased with the ambitious ideas and actions highlighted here at the 7th Summit of Subnational Governments and Cities, as well as your associated pavilion. Over the last 2 days, cities, regions, sub-regions demonstrated how committed to change you are. You began with the leadership of Scotland on the Edinburgh process, the full engagement of the co-host, the Kunming, Yunnan province in China, Montreal, Quebec, here in Canada, in a show of cooperation. We thank ICLE and Region 4, member cities of the Advisory Committee of Cities and Subnational Governments established in the past plan of action, and hopefully being fully supported, especially tomorrow, at this Conference of the Parties under item 16B. You have heard the endorsement of the Cities with Nature and the Regions with Nature platforms as channels of choice to implement the plan of action, hopefully to be adopted tomorrow, to support the implementation of the new post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework when adopted. You have heard Sao Paulo's state's announcement of an implementation review meeting with support of Brazil and a focus on green and blue economy. You have heard of Kunming City, Center of Expertise of the Huzhou City Urban Ecological Demonstration Project. You have heard of the UN Habitat publications and partnerships and of the ongoing cooperation with the United Nations Environment Programme and others. ICLE and several experts and centers of expertise are preparing the 3rd edition of Cities and Biodiversity Outlook and the updated handbook of the Singapore Index of the Cities Biodiversity, which has just come out. The 8th replenishment of the Global Environmental Facility has cities and biodiversity as pipeline investments, as do the World Bank, the Andean Development Bank, the French Development Agency, the International Climate Initiative, and the Green Climate Fund. Let's see the results of the 7th Summit and the hundreds of partnerships launched at the Para Action Pavilion as part of the multi-stakeholder Place Quebec as the beginning of an exchange of creativity and knowledge that each city and region will adapt to its own demands and needs. The solutions proposed by the cities and the subnational governments and the allies or alliances with banks, companies, NGOs, technology, innovation, and people all bring many benefits. But we need to do more, and that more needs to be done now. Time is running out. Let's explore the new partnerships. Let's make innovation our ally, because if we look back just a few years ago, banks, cities, urban planning were seen as distant stakeholders and probably at times as enemies. But today, you have seen that you are our greatest allies in this battle. We speak about restoring our relationship with nature. Now let us truly integrate the cities, their regions, and innovative governance arrangements between them, as well as each of the mainstreaming sectors into this picture. We will meet again in Turkey, hopefully in 2024, for the 8th summit. That 8th summit, may it bring even more new allies, more cities, more regions, and may the proposals and ideas you heard about here come from even more and more diverse regions. And more so by then, we'll begin taking stock of how we'll be faring in terms of putting the new global biodiversity framework into action in your localities, those cities, those subnational governments, those urban areas, where the bigger part of the city's population lie, where actions are needed on the ground, because those population depend on those actions for their well-being, for their good health, for their survival. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth Maruma Mrema. We'd like to now please welcome ICLEI's Secretary General, Gino van Wiegen, to please come join us.
Madame Valérie Plante, mairesse de Montréal.
Mrs. Valerie Plante from Montreal.
Blanchette Vergina, ministre des Ressources.
Mrs. Maite Blanchette, Minister of Natural Resources from the government of Quebec.
Vice Minister of the Ministry of Ecology and Environment in China. Madame Elisabeth Maruma Mrema, Executive Secretary of the CBD. Distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Over the past days, you have shown how you, in your cities, in your provinces, regions, and infrastates across the world, are accelerating biodiversity action. You have shown how you collaborate and engage with one another to implement the conventional biodiversity through very concrete action on the ground. And you have shown how important it is for national governments and for the parties to recognize your actions, to empower you, and to support you with the appropriate capacities, because you can do even more to respond to the high need to urgently and successfully implement the next phase of the global biodiversity framework. Your actions show that we can truly transform our communities, that we can bend the curve of biodiversity loss, that we can make progress towards decarbonization, and that we can make our cities sustainable and resilient. More importantly, you have proven that a sustainable development can be achieved when acting at the local level. As a representative of the subnational and local government constituency, I am therefore extremely proud of the diverse participation that we have had here in this building, in this room, over the last 2 days. And I'm very grateful to hear about the valuable work that is done on the ground and which is expanding across the world. This 7th summit of subnational governments and cities is an official but parallel event to this historic biodiversity COP15. And it builds on the many years of collaboration between the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity and ICLEI. Since COP9 in Bonn in 2008, we have organized such summits for subnational and local governments at every biodiversity COP, geared to showcase and advocate for local action on biodiversity. At COP10 in Nagoya, Aichi in Japan, parties adopted a historical decision on the plan of action on subnational governments, cities, and other local authorities for biodiversity. It was the first ever COP decision adopted by nations that recognized the need for nations to engage with subnational and local governments under any UN convention adopted until that time. Also, at this COP, you brought, and we will bring together further, your voices and messages that you have brought here in this room. We are proud that we could offer to the COP15 parties various text and language on subnational government and cities in the Global Biodiversity Framework negotiations. Significantly, the CBD COP15 negotiators have now a specific draft text in front of them in response to the item 16b, which is a draft renewed decision on engagement with subnational governments, cities, and other local authorities to enhance the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework and a plan of action to realize that enhancement. We are very close to having this text to be adopted as one of the decisions of this CBD COP15. Whilst we still need to carefully follow the process of the negotiations here, the current status of this text represents already a significant victory for our constituency that has worked for long hours, for many months over the last 2 years to get to this stage. For this, I would like to thank once again all of you who participated in the Edinburgh process leading up to this COP. That process made it possible that subnational and city action is recognized, endorsed, and supported by the COP parties. From east to west and north to south, you, as our leaders representing our constituency in different countries, have come together at numerous times during the last 2 years. What you have accomplished is exceptional, and we are proud of that achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, our strength is the ability to deliver an action. And actions are best delivered when we collaborate. This summit has been co-hosted by ICLE, the Secretariat of the CBD and Regions 4, along with our extraordinary hosts, the Government of Quebec and the City of Montreal, with Mayor Plante being our extraordinary and wonderful COP15 ambassador. Thank you. This would not have been possible with the support and engagement of the province of Yunnan and the city of Kunming. Let me also just thank one particular person, which is Mr. Oliver Hill of the CBD Secretariat, for your tremendous support to the cause of cities and subnationals over many years from and within the CBD Secretariat. We are extremely grateful for the collaboration with all of these partners to organize this summit. Without it, we would not have achieved this level of recognition and empowerment in and by the COP15. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, We may not be blinded by any potential success on text around subnationals and cities here in this building. The real work, your work, is outside. The burden of the task is still upon us, and bending the curve is more than ever required. I sincerely thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gino van Biegen. Heading off towards official closing of this ceremony, a quote from a famous writer that says, "There is no real ending. It's just the place where you stop the story." But that, we're going to add on to that. This is where a new story begins. And all together, we'll be writing that new chapter until another story ends. So we officially announce that this summit is officially closed now. Up to you to write the next chapter. We invite our speakers to please stand, and as well as all our delegates to please stand and give yourself a round of applause. Give yourself that round of energy right there. This is something dynamic. This is a work that is done together. Yes, you can add some emotion even. We are heading off for a picture with our speakers, and we'd like to invite, as well as the mayor of Kunming, Mr. Liu Jiqian, to come and join us on stage, as well as speakers as we take an official picture. After that, delegates, you know we're doing a family group picture where we'll be involving everyone in the front of the stage. But just before, we'll have our speakers, as well as we'd like to invite the mayor of Kunming to come and join us, Mr. Liu Jiqian, to come and join us right now for an official picture. And then after that, everybody that comes in, let's put a bit of background music here to create this little ambiance as we are finishing off this official summit. So please stay with us as we are getting ready. Once again, we need everyone. We need all our delegates because we want to take that group picture. We want to take the group picture of you, of the energy you've given. Okay. And speakers, heading on those pictures, thank you very much. Thank you so much. And now, we'd like to do a family picture with everyone, all the delegates. Please come and join us front stage. Come and join us front stage. Speakers, do you mind if we keep you for 2 more minutes? Is that okay? We're going to get everyone to come and join us. Come and join us right here in the front of the stage. Front of the stage. All delegates, front of the stage. We need all our delegates. Come in front. This is something that we want to start and get everybody involved. Once again, all delegates. We need that new family that's created here. Think of this as an opportunity that you'll very rarely have to share. So let's take advantage of it. I'm getting signs of approval and so forth. Take that whole length. We do have a couple of photographers right there. Once again, come and join us right there. For those, if we're still recording, for those that are at home, thank you so much. If you're watching online, thank you so much. The videos will be available for later, as well as those are live, and you can see this atmosphere right here, sharing this moment. And thank you for sharing insights. We've got everybody here, photographers. You might want to even back up or take several pictures or videos, whatever the case may be. And for our delegates, through the mask, whatever, but what's important is the intention. So let's try this out. Everybody, just start clapping your hands. That energy is going to come out. Start clapping your hands. Oh, there you go. See? You're all supermodels. As we say, work it, work it, work it. Congratulations once again. And on that note, a couple more shots. And there you go. Delegates, thank you. Thank you. Speakers, thank you. And everybody, have a great evening. We'll see you at the next summit.